And there you have a great shot of the Capitol building where President Donald Trump will be speaking in a little less than 2 hours. Welcome to our special coverage. Tiffany Meyer, we've got a great program prepared for you tonight. On the ground coverage, analysis, and of course, the president's address to Congress. You can hear that at 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be airing every moment of it. With me here is political strategist, foreign affairs analyst, and attorney Gerard Filitti, and political strategist, attorney, and founding partner at Mills & Edwards, Dante Mills. Excellent guests and very familiar names here at NTD, so thank you both so much for being here again.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting night. I'm looking forward to it. President Trump said it's going to be fun, which you normally don't hear about the address, but we're ready to go.
Very good point. I want to get into everything we can expect tonight, but first, let's go to our Washington correspondent, Iris Tao, who is at the Capitol building at this very moment, waiting for the big speech. Iris, what is the night looking like so far?
Good evening to you. Also tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will give his first official speech to a joint session of Congress, and of course a major speech also to Americans. And the White House officials told NTD that the theme of his speech tonight will be the renewal of the American dream. Specifically, he's going to talk about his accomplishments both at home and abroad over the first 6 weeks of his second term, as well as to lay out his plan, of course, for the country going forward, especially when it comes to the economy and on foreign policy. The White House told us that he will lay out his plan to bring peace to a global stage, adding that, of course, we know that President Trump has been saying that he wants to be remembered as a peacemaker. And aside from the general picture, there are several things that we're specifically looking for tonight. One, of course, is his latest stance on Ukraine, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky today said on X that he thinks his meeting with President Trump last Friday at the White House was, quote, regrettable, adding that he's now ready to negotiate peace. But last Friday, after the meeting, Trump told me that he's not ready to invite Zelensky back to the White House yet, adding that he doesn't think Zelensky wants to make peace. But of course, tonight, the biggest thing will be to see whether Trump announces any progress with that minerals deal that the two were supposed to sign last week. We have heard reports about potential progress, but everything is still up in the air until, of course, Trump comes out to announce and potentially update us on the condition of it. And meanwhile, another big thing to watch for tonight will be Trump's latest potential tariff stance and announcements. Just today, his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, says that President Trump might actually announce potential trade deals with Mexico and Canada as early as tomorrow as a way to, of course, come to the middle point with these countries as the U.S. slaps tariffs on them. But earlier just today, a Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, of course, threatened retaliatory tariffs on the U.S., to which Trump responded by saying that the U.S. will match that by increasing even more as tariffs on Canada. So it remains to be seen whether Trump tonight actually vows to impose more tariffs by ramping up that game, or actually potentially announces some concession made to potentially come to better terms with these two allies. Meanwhile, honestly, we're also going to watch for what Trump is going to say with his foreign policy when it comes to China. Of course, a big threat to the U.S. His big speech tonight will be very significant when it comes to laying out his message to everyday Americans as well as lawmakers. The White House told us that he's also going to make a push for more border funding. Of course, that's as the Congress is trying to negotiate and come up with a budget going forward. Back to you.
It'll be a big night for sure. And Iris, in addition to lawmakers, who else are we expecting to see there, and how will it look like inside?
Sure. So both the president and the first lady can actually invite guests to watch his joint session speech tonight. And First Lady Melania Trump announced that she's invited a lot of them, for example, including a teenage girl bullied with AI-generated deep fakes, a topic that she's personally talked about just earlier this week in Congress. She's also invited the family of the firefighter killed during Trump's Butler, Pennsylvania rally, where he experienced his first assassination attempt. Also invited and will be here tonight will be the mom and sister of Laken Riley, the Georgia nursing student who was brutally killed by an illegal immigrant. Of course, that prompted a whole legislation to try to prevent such incidents from happening again. And meanwhile, when it comes to how it's going to look like inside, it's going to be very crowded with, of course, all the lawmakers from both the House and the Senate gathering, taking a seat to listen to the president. Behind Trump will be Vice President J.D. Vance and House Speaker Mike Johnson, really showing that they have now a trifecta with both, of course, the House on the Republican side. Of course, we know the Senate is also having a GOP majority. So in front of the president, we're going to see his cabinet members as well as Supreme Court justices and also the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And the guests, meanwhile, invited by both President Trump and the First Lady, will be seated in the gallery. Also in attendance tonight, though, will be Elon Musk, who, of course, is the leader of the Department of Government Efficiency. We do expect Trump to talk extensively about the work that DOGE is doing and its potential impact in slashing the national deficit. Back to you.
All right, Iris, as you mentioned, a lot to watch out for. We will be checking in with you again later tonight. Now back to our panel here. Gerard, I want to start with you. This is President Trump's first address to Congress since becoming president for a second term. What key accomplishments do you expect to hear him highlight tonight?
I think we'll hear him speak about a lot. He has done more in the last 6 weeks than we would have anticipated he'd do in 100 days or even in his whole term. We've never seen a flurry of executive orders like we have. We have seen nothing like DOGE before. I think that will take front and center, that the steps that he's taken with Elon Musk and heading up DOGE to look at government efficiency and cut positions and cut programs. I think we'll hear a lot of mention of USAID. We will see him talk about immigration, illegal immigration, and the cutbacks that he's already made, the progress that he's made, including in New York City. I don't think he will shy away from talking about Eric Adams. And of course, I think that we will see him talk about the economy and how everything that he's doing ultimately benefits the American taxpayer.
And Dante, in terms of the Democratic response, Senator Elisa Slotkin, she is a freshman from Michigan, a former CIA analyst. She'll be giving the Democratic rebuttal. What do you anticipate from that? What are some vulnerabilities that President Trump has right now?
Well, I think if we're talking about the response, I think she has the opportunity to try and bring people back to the middle. I think it's interesting they chose her to give that response because she is known as kind of a conservative Democratic candidate and politician. So I think they're making a concerted effort to do that, to kind of shift the needle back towards the center. I think the Democratic Party needs to do that. I believe President Trump is not going to address the Democratic Party at all. I think he's going to focus on the people who support him and say, this is what you voted me in to do. He's going to talk about the economy. He's going to talk about immigration and securing the border and say, I'm following through with my mandate. You would hope that he becomes inclusive, but he may have reached a point where he knows the people that like him love him and the people who don't like him really, really don't like him. So I don't know if he's going to spend much time trying to convince those people to come over to his side. He may just focus on those that he knows is with them and reassure them that he's going to do what he promised them he would do.
Now, President Trump, of course, had his first cabinet meeting last week, and he commented on progress his administration's made on the issue of immigration. Let's play some sound on that and refresh our memories on what he said.
We set records on the least number of illegal aliens coming in, migrants coming into our country that we've had in more than 50 years. And we did this all within a period of weeks because we took over a mess. The world was pouring in. And remember, they were coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were gang members and drug dealers. Anybody wanted to come in, they came. And from not just South America, from all over the world. So it's amazing what they've done. And Christie and Tom Homan, the job they've done has been absolutely amazing.
Now, we looked at those numbers and found a 25-year low in illegal border crossings. Controlling unlawful immigration was a key issue in the 2024 election. The murder of Laken Riley by an illegal immigrant was a common theme in the later half of Trump's campaign. And about a week after taking office, he signed that Laken Riley Act. Gerard, how significant do you think this issue will be in his speech tonight?
I think it will be very significant. He can claim a partial victory on what he's achieved so far. Word has gotten out to the immigrant community, don't come. You will be sent back. You will be sent back quickly and expeditiously. You will be denied entry at the border. You don't have the benefit of using an app to reserve a spot in line anymore. If you come here illegally, you will go home. And I think Trump will definitely emphasize everything that he's accomplished so far, including Laken Riley signing that into law as his first act.
Now,
I think that was good. I think the steps, some of the steps that were taken so far have really been effective. I think even making a spectacle out of going and having those vans show up, it convinced people that they should not be here illegally and they have to follow the proper procedure. But I don't think it's appropriate to do both things at the same time, where you go heavy on enforcement, but also take away the opportunity for people to seek asylum, to apply the right way. You can't do both. You can't take away their ability to apply legally, but then go heavy on enforcement if they, I guess, go around the rules. So I think we're still trying to find that balance where we don't want people pouring into the border. I'm very grateful that it slowed down. That needed to happen. But we have to give people an opportunity to come in the right way so that there's an alternative, right? And they don't now seek to come in illegally because they can come in legally and follow a process that's laid out, that's clear, and do things the right way.
Now, of course, immigration was a top issue in the election, but so was the economy. And right now, we are seeing some of those inflation numbers, maybe not as rosy as we had hoped, as in it coming down. We're also seeing some polling where Americans are feeling that economic impact. Gerard, in terms of the economy, how much of it so far is still inheriting from the Biden presidency? Can Trump make that argument?
Most of it is inherited from the Biden presidency, and it takes time to turn things around. We still are dealing with crises in some sectors. For example, egg prices are astronomically high, not because of something that Joe Biden or Donald Trump did, but because of an outbreak that's affecting production. So there are issues, or there are instances that can't be controlled, that hold over the economy from the Biden era. But at the same time, we're seeing the tariffs roll out. We're seeing reduction in spending. We're seeing discussions on what to prioritize. We're seeing discussions on reforming tax rates and tax laws. And all of this will, in a couple of months, but more realistically in a couple of years, start to really be felt in the economy.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, and you hope that it does get better. But I do think some of the steps that are being taken now is pushing us in that direction. I do think we had to take control of our trade agreements and things like that, because for a while, for a long time, we were seen as the big brother. And I'm sure Gerard knows this, but when you go out and you're the person with money, they look to you to pay the check, but at some point you're like, guys, you gotta chip in. And I think our country is there right now where we're like Canada. We need a balanced trade agreement. We look across the world. We have to balance these trade agreements because we're importing a lot of things and we're losing in those deals. So to have a hard reset, have these tariffs be the vehicle to do that, I think it's appropriate. We are going to feel it. The whole country is going to feel it for a short period, but you hope that it resets the trade agreements that ultimately bring those prices back down. It gets manufacturers to come back here, and those prices then remain down and allows people to save in their pocketbook moving forward. But we do have to brace ourselves because it's going to be a rough couple of months.
Gerard, how do you anticipate President Trump addressing that tonight in terms of the economy? Maybe Americans not feeling the lessening impact so far in terms of the tariffs piling up, right? We have Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau mentioning retaliatory tariffs today. Potentially will be feeling those impacts, maybe not, depending on how it's framed, right? How do you see Trump maybe reassuring Americans tonight that there is that plan that Dante was mentioning?
I think that in part he will go back to the messaging from the campaign. When we talk about tariffs and he talks about tariffs, you'll see mention about how the tab will ultimately be picked up by the countries that tariffs are imposed on, which is not technically accurate. It does trickle down to taxpayers first, but over the long term, it is the other countries that start footing the bill when more American products go into those countries without the high burdens that they had. And in other terms, I think he will emphasize the savings that DOGE, this is why DOGE will play such a big role tonight, the savings that are coming, that are accruing, and the changes that are being done to cut spending. I think that's what he will emphasize on and see the medium to long-term benefits of.
A great discussion so far. There's a lot more to unwrap, especially with DOGE and a lot more. And of course, the main event isn't here yet. And you're looking now at a live shot at the Capitol, where the 47th president is scheduled to speak in less than 2 hours. Now, according to the man himself, it'll be a big speech. So we've got a lot more for you after this break.
divinely inspired traditional oil painting inspires compassion. Artwork created in truth and beauty illuminates a path to goodness. Rediscover traditional art, revive classical culture. We warmly invite oil painters from around the world to participate in the 7th NTD International Figure Painting Competition, a celebration of classical realism. Please visit oilpainting.ntdtv.com.
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Got to be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL, and look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Reve Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3-5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that needs to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. Makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day, and you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer to me.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, the Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL, it's sourced from the green-lipped mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL, it's natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Try Omega XL today. Pick up your phone and call the number at the bottom of your screen right now for a special offer. Buy one, get two free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $100. But call today and you pay only $39.95. That's a savings of more than 60%. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee.
Try it. You got nothing to lose.
Call or go online right now to get this special offer. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3 for only $39.95. Call now.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Say goodbye to harsh, bitter coffee and hello to a delicious, smooth brew. With specialty quality beans, expertly roasted in-house, you'll taste the difference with every sip. Fermented with a blend of 50 enzymes, Days Coffee delivers a rich brew like no other. Made with the highest grade specialty beans available, you're sure to taste the difference. Elevate your morning with Days Enzyme Fermented Coffee.
And you're looking at a live feed of the Capitol, where the 47th President of the United States will be addressing Congress in less than 2 hours. Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of President Trump's address to Congress. I'm here with Dave Martin, our data analyst at the Data Hub, to talk to us about the Department of Government Efficiency, or more formally or informally known as DOGE. Dave, take it away.
Thank you, Tiff. Yeah, let's talk about DOGE as well as the federal debt. Let's actually start off with that. Now, according to the Treasury's website, the federal debt stands at a whopping $36.2 trillion. That's with a capital T there. And leads us to our first question. is the debt sustainable or not? Now, according to a recent poll here, according to that Harvard-Harris poll dated just a couple weeks ago among registered voters, so you can see here 67% say this is unsustainable. So 2/3 say unsustainable, 33% say this is sustainable. Now, according to the same poll, they also asked, what should the government do about it? Should we balance the budget or should we continue to run a deficit? So you can see here 83%, an overwhelming number, say we should obviously balance the budget, while 17% say let's continue to run deficits. So you can see regarding the debt, most say it's sustainable, even more say let's balance the budget. Now, regarding the DOGE, the same poll also asks whether we need a government agency focused on efficiencies. As you can see here, 72% say we need an efficiency agency compared to just 28. So overwhelming number, 3 out of 4 people say we need an efficiency agency. But this one is actually somewhat partisan here. Look at this. According to the same poll, 89%, nearly 90% of the Republicans on this say we need an efficiency agency, while a lower amount, 60% of Democrats say we need an efficiency agency. So a big difference there, although still Democrats say the majority, we do need an efficiency agency, independents somewhere in between. Now, specifically regarding DOGE, the same poll asks whether the DOGE is actually doing the job and is helping make major cuts in government expenditures. You can see here, overall, 60% of the respondents say DOGE is doing their job, making major cuts. But this one, even more partisan. Look at this. 85% of Republicans say DOGE is making major cuts. Meanwhile, just 37% of Democrats, there's a huge divide there, would agree that the DOGE is making major cuts. Again, independents somewhere in the middle. So Tiff, while most seem to agree that the debt is unsustainable and the government needs to balance the budget, it's a little more partisan when it comes to whether the government should create an agency focused on efficiency, and even more so whether the DOGE led by Elon Musk is doing their job. Back to you at the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And back to our guests here, political strategist Gerard Filitti and Dante Mills. Now, some good info in the polls right there from Dave. Dante, are you surprised by the majority, if you will, that are supportive of DOGE so far?
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's clear, and most Americans understand that we have to shrink our government, we have to get our deficit under control, and that it makes sense to have a department that's going to come in and do that. My issue is it feels like it's a little unreliable what's happening right now, because you see numbers that go up and then they come down overnight. There's no reason to rush it. I don't think you have to approach this where we have to fix this problem by April, right? You can take your time. You can go through and have a policy and a plan that goes through these departments. You ask the senior leaders in this department where cuts can be made. You may have people go in and do some investigation and research, and then you make some precision cuts, as opposed to what seems to be happening, which is just kind of random. It's broad. It may be too broad. They make mistakes and then they come back. I was struck by just one thing really quickly, where Elon Musk was in an Oval Office and he said, we're going to make mistakes. Yes, everybody makes mistakes, but don't publish things to the American people that you haven't verified yet. Stop some of those mistakes, because people are depending on you, people are relying on you, and you don't want to ruin that. So just take a breath, pause, and then carry out this plan. I think it's needed, but I think it has to be rolled out the right way.
And Gerard, what are your thoughts on this? Of course, there's some lawsuits already against it, but what do you make of the overall opinion and feedback so far?
I think the opinion, especially when you see whether it's making major cuts, it really does show it as a referendum on spending priority. You see Democrats are opposed to the cuts in large part, but Republicans and independents, which are the swing voters ultimately, they're the ones who largely are in favor of the cuts that have been made. To Dante's point, I agree in theory. We do want to have a slower rollout. We do want to be careful. We absolutely want to be careful about what's cut. But I could also see Trump's perspective. When you take your time and get too much input, nothing ever happens in government. We've seen other administrations try to tackle government spending in this way, and you have committees, commissions, you have year-long processes, and nothing ever gets done. Trump is doing it in a way that hasn't been tried before. He's front-loading it, doing it very quickly. And yes, there are problems, and yes, there should be pauses, and yes, lawsuits are a big part of that. They are putting pressure to slow down in some instances. But because we've never had this massive attempt to do it all in one go, I think we're getting more done than we would if we were rolling it out slowly.
But the issue with that is, and I always say this, you can't treat the government like a business, and here's why. If you own a business and you do these things, and Elon Musk is notorious for going in, purchasing a business and making mass changes, and then kind of fixing the problems. When you do that in a business, yes, you may lose money because the widgets aren't being produced for a couple of months, but then you ramp them back up and you're okay. If you do that in the government, what can happen is if you cut a governmental department, there's Americans whose lives are going to be impacted. And yes, you can try and fix that in a couple of months or a couple of years, but meanwhile, American people are suffering. It's not a business, it's American people. So I think it deserves the patience to roll out the right way. We need this. We gotta shrink the government, we gotta shrink the deficit, but do it the right way and keep in mind the American people.
And I do think the lawsuits are a good check on hurting people because ultimately those are the plaintiffs that are successful. That's where you do see freezes in the program. So I think that is an important check that will be played out more as we go forward.
Of course, part of DOJ's efforts to cut waste is keeping the federal government's payroll up to date by sending out emails. Now here's Musk commenting on this issue to the press before Trump's cabinet meeting.
To be clear, I think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond.
Now, a lot of people might hear this and say that's common sense. Going back to Dave's presentation earlier, a significant majority approve of DOJ's work so far, and this includes a number of registered Democratic voters. Dante, on that note, how difficult will it be for Democrats, if at all, to appeal to both DOJ supporters and critics in their rebuttal tonight?
There's a way by saying that it's necessary, but again, do it the right way. I think that in the White House with Elon Musk was a perfect example. That email was sent out. I'm okay with the email, but why weren't the heads of departments and all that talked to first and said, we're going to send out an email, let your people know all they have to do is respond. Instead, it was rushed out. Nobody knew if they had to respond or not. It was conflicting information. So something that could have been just a simple pulse check that I appreciate and agree with became an issue because it wasn't planned and carried out the right way. So that's a perfect example of what I'm saying. We need it, let's do it, but let's do it the right way.
And it also raises the question what the right way is, because if you all of these different levels that you have to go through, all of these people that should be involved or not involved, it speaks to the complexity of the government bureaucracy that ultimately it's the goal of DOJ to cut back on, to make it simple so that years down the line, when you send an email like that, you don't need to clarify it. You don't need to get the approval or run by managers or other people. It's a much simpler process. And I think that in itself speaks about the value of DOJ that most Americans are seeing.
But even look at big picture. I mean, Elon Musk, in that email, it said, if you don't respond, you're fired. President Donald Trump said, you're semi-fired. And then there were some cabinet members that said, this doesn't apply to us. So just that confusion, even at that high of a level. I'm not talking about the assistant superintendent, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about even at that high of a level, there was confusion where all they had to do was clarify that first, then send that email out and be on the same page. And I think it would have been perfectly fine email.
I want to zoom in on that because, of course, we've been seeing protests. Many are saying, Musk was never elected. He's overreaching his power. Some are even suggesting he's the president versus, President Trump. We see protests here in Manhattan over the weekend at the Tesla factory. Now, given all those changes or uncertainty you just mentioned, Dante, how important is it for President Trump to get some of this cemented in legislation? What would those priorities be?
I think that should be a priority because you want the American people to know that this is kind of sanctioned, right? And it's not just random things that are happening by people that they had no input on bringing in. But if you have, we're a representative community where we elect people to represent us. And if we know that the people that we trust, that we voted into office in the Congress and the Senate, if they've reviewed it, if they've given it their stamp of approval, then we trust it more. And I think it would serve everybody better to just go through that process as opposed to having someone who's running around the White House, they haven't been vetted, who knows if they've gone through any security clearance, they may have some conflicts of interest because they're getting government contracts. It creates skepticism even if there is nothing nefarious happening. it doesn't allow people to kind of rest in that moment. So I think going through the process will alleviate a lot of those fears and allow people to get on board even more with what's happening.
I want to look ahead a bit, Gerard. If, say, in the upcoming midterms in 2 years, the Republicans lose some of the power they have right now, maybe the Congress or the Senate or both, what would that mean in terms of DOJ's work so far?
I think a lot of it would be undone. That's why, to Dante's point, and he's absolutely right, we do want to see this solidified by Congress, and Congress will. Look at the percentages of Americans supporting DOJ's work. I think it's not that hard to foresee this being passed into some form of legislation within the year, within less than that, to be honest, within this session before summer. I would anticipate, but I also think that if DOJ is ultimately successful, if Trump continues the path he's on, and Americans still are on board with what he's doing, and I've been saying this for a while, I think the Republicans will pick up seats. I don't see that they will lose any. I think this will be a turnaround in American politics.
It may. It's going to be a balance, I think, between showing the American people that you're making these changes and it's working, but also kind of giving them assurances, because we're going to go through a rough couple of months, especially when we're talking about these tariffs and things like that. I think we're going to feel it for a little bit. Prices are going to go up. They're not going to come down. I don't even think they're going to stay the same. So picking up seats is going to be based on that balance of American people, we're saving you money here. I know you're spending more here, but just stay with us. And if they can convince the American people to stay with them, then they may pick up seats off the hope of what's going to come next. And I think they have the ability to do that.
And Gerard, one of the Democrats' criticisms is that DOJ is only finding billions, maybe hundreds of billions, but not the trillions that were promised in savings. Is the money just not there, or how are you reading this?
Well, if you start adding up billions, eventually you get to trillions. And a lot of these programs are less than transparent. If you look at the budget sheets that often come out of these agencies, it's hard to tell what is essential, not essential, and what the costs actually are. And the other part of it is, if you add it up over time, you do see more and more savings. What the ultimate numbers will be, I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows. But at the end of the day, we are saving billions of dollars, and that's money that either comes back to the taxpayer or that can go into programs that are needed.
Well, you're saying add up, but sometimes they're subtracting, right? They put numbers up. They're not vetted. They're supposedly getting these notices from different departments saying, oh, hey, we saved this amount, or this contract was canceled, and it turns out to not be true. That's why, again, we don't want to rush it, because they're trying to be transparent and have this running tally. But when you have to pull things off that board and you're subtracting the amount that you're saving, it creates that skepticism. So yes, hopefully the numbers do add up. We all want this to be turned around, and we need it to work. But I think you just, no reason to rush it.
I want to dig in a little and talk a little more about Musk. Now, he could have played a much quieter role, but the administration's decided to put him in the limelight. Now, this is the world's richest man, whose plan is to put a man on Mars. Now, he and Trump have sat down together for an interview, kind of like a president and vice president would. What do you make of Trump having Musk so close to him in the public eye this time around? We saw, both of them getting off Air Force One, going to Mar-a-Lago. What do you make of that? I'll let you start, Dante.
Every president has advisors. I think it's just a combination of someone who does have the president's ear, somebody that he trusts, but also someone that's known, right? Most presidential advisors, they're not the richest person in the world, and they haven't been in the spotlight even before being that close to the president. So I don't think we should punish Elon Musk or Donald Trump for having that relationship just because they both are large personalities. We want smart people around the president, kind of giving them advice. We want to believe, though, that the person that was voted into office is the final decision maker, and I do think that's the case. I think ultimately President Trump was voted in, and he's the one making the final decisions on the things that's happening. But I just think that Elon Musk is a large personality, richest person in the world, so he has that attention that's surrounding him that's only magnified because of his relationship with the president.
And Gerard, to Dante's earlier point, you can't run a country like a business. Both of these people have business backgrounds. President Trump, of course, with all of his real estate in New York, where we are right now. And of course, Elon Musk and the changes he brought to all of his companies, most notably Twitter when he took over, now known as X. What do you make of having these two, both quite rich people, but also business people now running a whole country?
Good for them. I think I don't necessarily agree that you can't run the country like a business. I think that a lot of it does lend itself to running like a business. Like any business, you have priorities. You have to decide what you're doing, who's doing it, what the priorities are, what you can afford to do, have a long-term plan, and be efficient. People have gotten used to the notion that the government a government job is guaranteed. The government is a provider of jobs and services. A business has to be calculated in what it does. It can't take risks, overspend, and end up in a negative position. So I think that both Trump and Musk are bringing a unique perspective that we haven't really had. We've had elected officials become presidents, senators, governors. We've had generals become presidents, but we haven't often had businessmen. And this business acumen, I think, is taking us in a new direction. That's partly why we're here talking about it, because we haven't seen anything like this before in American history.
But it does have to be checked by somebody who knows the proper procedure and the way that government operates. I do think President Trump is in a much better position now than when he first took office. You could just tell he didn't know how the government was supposed to work. I think now he's learned a lot, and you hope that carries over. But there's some times where you can't operate it in disagreement as a business. For example, the post office. Post office has been losing money forever, but people need their medications delivered. They need things delivered. And imagine if you don't have a mail system around you and you can't afford to pay FedEx or UPS. Now what? And that's an example of where you put people in this country above the bottom line. And we just need somebody reminding these two businessmen from time to time that we still need to take care of the American people, even if it's not making money.
A lot more to unfold here and unpack, but we're getting closer to the main event tonight, which will be taking place at the Capitol building. Now you are looking at a live feed of that right now. That's where President Trump will be addressing a joint session of Congress, his first time since returning to the White House. We'll be back with a lot more after this break.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. But a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. He said, "I don't think you understand. You are on the verge of a heart attack." I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries, stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. With you by our side, together we'll keep fighting this battle. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
Discover the ancient secret to vitality and longevity with Puretang Black Ginseng. Crafted from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng, each root is carefully nurtured for over 2,260 days, undergoing a traditional 9-round handcrafted process of steaming and drying to unlock full potency and absorption. Experience pure, natural energy with Puretang Black Ginseng. Order now at puretang.com.
Focus on beauty, showcase nature, share kindness, feel brightness. 2025, the 5th NTD International Photography Competition. Capture the beautiful moments in your eyes. Your works will be showcased in galleries and on multiple online platforms, appreciated and collected. Please visit photo.ntdtv.com.
You're looking at a live feed of the Capitol, where the 47th President of the United States, President Trump, will be addressing a joint session of Congress in less than 2 hours. Welcome back to NTD's special live coverage of President Trump's address to Congress. I'm here now with NTD's Kevin Hogan, as the U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal has been in the headlines a lot. But what about the funding that has gone to Ukraine from both the U.S. and the world? Break that down for us.
Yes, we have grants, loans, we have money directly to Ukraine, and not a lot to cover here. So first we're going to start with the spending related to the Ukraine war. Again, this is not necessarily going to Ukraine, but this is total spending of the United States in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So according to the Congressional Budget Office, as of September 2024, that stands right about $175 billion. So if you ask the Inspector General that's been following this, Operation Atlantic Resolve, that number is very similar, just about $180 billion. So those pretty reliable numbers that you're going to get right there. Now, the Defense Secretary, Hegseth, has said that the United States has sent north of $300 billion to Ukraine. So not exactly sure what would be included in all of that. And President Trump, an even higher number, $350 billion. Now, that may be part of the reason why there was a heated exchange with President Zelensky saying one number, Trump saying something else. So anyway, that's the breakdown. So you can see there's a lot of variation here between these numbers. But again, the Congressional Budget Office would probably know, because they're the ones that are controlling the purse, and they're the ones that allocated all this money. So now, at the same time, you want to ask, well, how much money has actually gone to supporting Ukraine as opposed to other things? Well, here, you have a series of 5 bills in a couple years after the war started, and that amounted to $175 billion, or just over that, which we just covered. But some of that money went elsewhere, U.S. funding of other militaries around the world, and also surge funding, but also this number right here. That's your big story right there. $106 billion has actually gone to Ukraine from the United States National Treasury. Again, that's not money that they've received just yet. It's just money that has been earmarked or appropriated to be sent to Ukraine. So that's what Zelensky is referring to. You may remember back in early February, Zelensky said that his country has only got around $75 billion. And they said, okay, well, where's the other $100 billion? Well, that's just because all that money is not necessarily sent to Ukraine, but is involved in the Ukraine war as a whole, right? So we're going to look at another angle on this. This is the actual funding of the breakdown of the spending in response to Russia's war. Again, now you have a big portion of this. I mean, this is $45 billion. This is replenishing the stockpiles. So again, this is American money spent in America to replenish all those stocks that were reduced from the Presidential Drawdown Authority and other things like that. And then you have military support. This is United States military support. Again, about $45 billion. This could be surge protection, more troops in the NATO members, the eastern flank there. And then you have, of course, other, and then this is economic aid to Ukraine. Again, you're talking $34 billion and foreign military support, as well as Ukraine security. So if you just take out the economic support and other, you actually see that Ukraine is only getting about a quarter of the total money that is spent for military purposes from the United States. So a lot of it is being spent in the United States itself, right? So now we're going to talk about the global money flow surrounding all of this, because again, G7 nations, the EU, they have also contributed, right? So what you see right here is that the United States and the European Union are the big funders of Ukraine. And again, this is the Ukraine war where all this money is flowing to, because it's not all going to Ukraine itself. But the U.S. grant money, that's $163 billion. That is not a loan. That is just money that the United States pays out and is not expecting to receive back. So that's a big area that President Trump has been focusing on and trying to get minerals deals and other things like that, because that's a lot of money that the United States gave without any return, of course. So in terms of financial aspect. But now the European Union, look at this, they have given about $94 billion in grants to Ukraine or involved in the war, but they've also sent $51 billion in loans. So that's money that their countries would eventually receive back. And again, this doesn't include the G7 loan agreement here, which includes $20 billion from the United States and the European Union and $10 billion from other countries, right? So the United States, as you can see, does not have any loans outside of that G7. So in these loan categories, it's mostly coming from the EU and other nations. This would be like Canada and so forth. Again, they're appropriating money in response to the Ukraine war. But we ask, what is the American sentiment about the U.S. funding for this war? And you probably see some shifting trends here. We're gonna look at this a little bit more closely, right? So according to Pew Research Center, the Americans who think that the U.S. support of Ukraine is not enough actually had a rapid drop off right about the first couple months after the war started. So it was a 40% more, and then it reduced down to about 20% right there. And then it kind of leveled off, and it has gone to something similar, something about 22% right now as of February this year. But now when you look at the amount, the Americans who think that the United States has given too much aid to Ukraine, you see in the beginning that was less than 10%. It shot up in the first year of the war, but then now recently it's basically just kind of grown a little bit or basically held steady at that rate. So what you're seeing is that number of Americans who thought that we were given too much has actually over quadrupled over the course of this war. So, and if you include the people who are not sure, this is a 3-year war, it could be a war of attrition by some accounts. You have people who think that the U.S. is spending too much or who are either unsure, a little bit of uncertainty, or they have no response, maybe they're indifferent at this point. That number is growing, that's basically doubling over time. Now, the Americans who think that it's not enough or about right, again, that is shrinking over time. So this is either going to people who think it's too much, or if it's or if they're unsure. But again, the not enough, again, that's coming from 40% all the way down to about 20. So that's cut basically in half. So that's a recap of the sentiment and the cash flow surrounding the Ukraine war. Back to you.
All right, Kevin, thanks for that comprehensive breakdown. And back to our panel here, foreign affairs analyst and attorney Gerard Filitti and political strategist and attorney Dante Mills. Now, a lot of good info from Kevin right there, a lot, including that data at the end that shows growing dissatisfaction from Americans on aid to Ukraine. In light of that data, Gerard, how important will it be for President Trump to be the peacemaker he said he'd be for Americans?
Well, the data, I think, speaks to a mismatch between expectations and reality. People expect that when you're sending money to Ukraine for a war, you will see progress. You'll see Ukraine pushing Russia out, which is what Americans, I think, wanted to see. We all want to see the upholding of a democratic country. But when that hasn't happened in years of war, then people become dissatisfied and think that too much money is going in. And that is something that Donald Trump reflects. His position reflects that. Ultimately, it is a position that he now is taking as an arbitrator, as a mediator. He used those words himself at the meeting with Zelensky in the Oval Office. He wants to bring peace, but that doesn't mean on one side or the other. He wants to end the war. And in doing that, he needs to bring both sides together. And as we saw, President Zelensky was not so willing last week, but now he seems to be more interested in coming to the table.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it is, you have to reset or set the expectations correctly. I think that's what President Trump is trying to do. I don't know if it was a realistic expectation that Ukraine would have ever just pushed Putin and Russia completely out. They've held their ground to a certain extent. They've given up some of their territory, but they've prevented Russia from completely overtaking them. And I think the way President Trump is looking at it is, you still have a country because of the support you're receiving. So you're coming into this as if you're a big dog that could win this war, but ultimately, maybe you can't. You can maybe hold ground, but I don't know if you can ever really win the war. So your expectations need to be different. You shouldn't expect a complete reset of your territory. You should accept that this is where we are now. If we can have peace and we can put things where we're not at war, people aren't dying, that should be sufficient for your country, especially because the United States is not going to continue to fund this forever. And I think that's what President Trump is trying to show to Zelensky. Zelensky is coming in as somebody fighting for his country and saying, no, we can win this. I just don't know if that's realistic.
To your point, Zelensky himself said recently to NBC that Ukraine needs U.S. support to be able to win. Now, I'd like to discuss today's update from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who said he is ready to sign the minerals deal with the U.S. and to negotiate peace alongside Trump. That was, of course, after President Trump that he's pausing all aid to Ukraine. Talk to us about the national security implications of this minerals deal. How will that help not just the U.S., but also Ukraine and potentially deterring Russia? What was the goal here?
Well, there are two things at play. One of them is creating a fund that will help provide for rebuilding Ukraine, but also for America to recoup some of its investments in Ukraine. It's a civil deal, meaning that this is not government to government, military to military. We will see American companies going to Ukraine to help develop resources there, which will benefit the economies of both countries. The other part of this is a security guarantee. Realistically, in a peace, you will not be able to have boots on the ground. Russia will not accept a peace that involves UN, US, or European peacekeepers. So you have to come up with a security guarantee in other terms. And here it is economic. Here it's the American ties with Ukraine, American economic boots on the ground that have a vested interest in making sure that Ukraine remains free of further aggression. That is the security guarantee, essentially, that Trump is offering that Zelensky is now willing to consider.
I do have to push back a little bit on that, and I don't know if it's a security guarantee for a couple of reasons. One, those minerals are very difficult to reach, hard to mine. Yes, it's set up as a civil agreement where independent companies can come in and try to do it, but it's going to be very expensive. I don't know if we'll ever make money off of that minerals deal, especially because a large portion of those minerals are held in territory that Russia has now occupies, right? So what do we do, or how do we get to that territory if we have this deal with Ukraine? The other part of it is Ukraine and Vladimir Zelensky, he said, and this was his sticking point at the White House, we've made agreements with them before and they've broken their agreements. So I just want to know what happens if they do. I think that's a realistic question to ask, where you're saying, yes, I'm willing to agree to this in the war, give you access to our minerals, but what happens if they come back in and try to take us over again? Will you engage with us? Will you then fund us? I just want to know what's going to happen. And that's a reasonable question, some kind of assurance that if I sign this agreement that you want me to sign and Russia doesn't hold up its end, what happens next? That's the only assurance that Zelensky is looking for. And I think he has the right to ask that on behalf of his country.
And Ukraine has been looking for assurances ever since it gained independence when the Soviet Union fell apart, and it never got them. It never got satisfactory ones because Ukraine had nuclear weapons, which it returned to Russia in exchange for security guarantees, which were not met. And we've had that in every single administration, presidential administration since then. So at the end of the day, I think you have to look at what Trump is saying, and he is unfortunately right. There is no one set of security guarantees that Ukraine will be guaranteed its independence, but it is a function of a multitude of factors: economic presence, economic investment, American commitment to some regard, but we will never have a full guarantee that will satisfy Ukraine.
I want to dig into this minerals deal a bit more and zoom out a bit, because right now, of course, Communist China corners the market when it comes to refining critical rare earth minerals. I think about over 80%, maybe 90% of that market, of all of the refining happens inside China. So even if you have some in, say, parts of America, that would still go over to China for refining. How would this Ukraine deal work, given that Dante just mentioned, part of it is also in lands currently held by Russia? How would this work, Gerard?
In part, it depends on the map. It depends on where those minerals are located. And if you look at different maps, we'll have different results. Yes, some are predominantly in areas controlled by Russia. Others are not. It depends on the cost factors, how easy it is to exploit these materials. But to your point, Tiffany, it really is about refining and processing these to be able to have them in usable form. And America does not have that capacity. So right now, we're looking at a framework of a deal. We're not looking at specifics. Specifics will be discussed later. But what will be interesting is whether providing for refining technology and capabilities, whether that will be in Europe or in the US, that will be something to look for.
But I think the difficulty of it is what makes you question, why is this deal so important, or seemingly the linchpin of peace, right? Why was this made the key component to Zelensky coming to the table and Donald Trump backing Zelensky or not, whether or not he signed this deal? Because who knows if this will ever lead to anything that's financially advantageous for the United States, feasible for the United States. We don't know that. So why is this so important here? It has to be some kind of symbolism or something that he's trying to attach to it. What I see, and a lot of people looking at it see, he's trying to essentially make Zelensky kind of bend the knee and say, I'm going to give you this as a symbol that I'm kind of bowing to you and I appreciate what you're doing and I want you to use this as a symbol and take this as a peace offering. And I think he's asking a lot for a commanding president that's in the middle of a war to kind of bend the knee that way. And that's why I think you saw Zelensky's response in the White House, which was not good for his country, but he had to take a stand for him at some point.
A very important discussion, and we've got a lot more tonight with President Trump's address to Congress. In about 1 hour, we'll be tossing it over to NTD's Steve Lance. We'll be continuing our special coverage from the nation's capital. And to our guests here at the studio, political strategist Gerard Filitti and Dante Mills, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure having you both. And of course, don't go away. Our coverage returns after this short break.
Lasted 5,000 years was once almost lost. Now, the world awaits the divine culture's return.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology in most appliances requires very special training to fix. My point is, even I know when I've met my match, and that's why my family has Choice Home Warranty. So we won't get stuck with high-priced repairs.
Choice Home Warranty covers over 25 major home systems and appliances. That's your AC, heating, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and so much more.
Imagine for less than a cup of coffee a day, Choice Home Warranty can help protect you from expensive major system and appliance breakdowns that your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover. But you have to call now before it's too late.
Every homeowner should have Choice Home Warranty. Your homeowner's insurance is not going to cover your appliances.
Washing machine, dryer, refrigerator, air condition. If I had any issues arise, they were able to take care of it immediately.
Now, homeowner's insurance won't protect you when your home's major systems and appliances break down due to normal wear and tear. But Choice Home Warranty will. They can help cover repairs and replacements.
Choice Home Warranty is the best warranty we've ever used. It would save you so much money in the long run.
Hey, I'm not the only one raving about Choice Home Warranty. They were named a Best Home Warranty Company and Best Claim Service by U.S. News 360 Reviews.
Call Choice Home Warranty now and get access to a nationwide network of over 15,000 technicians and the latest appointment setting technology so you'll know when they're on their way.
If I have an issue with an appliance or something around the house, I just call up Choice Home Warranty and I don't have to worry about that.
So, do what this old DIYer did and call Choice Home Warranty now before something breaks down. Tell them I sent you and get your first month free.
Call Choice Home Warranty before it's too late and get protection for your heating, AC, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and more. Call for your free quote today. Call in the next 5 minutes and get your first month free. 800-360-6782. 800-360-6782.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The wolves surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of
And you're looking live at the Capitol building where President Trump will soon be addressing a joint session of Congress. Good evening and welcome to NTD's special coverage. I'm Steve Lance. Joining us tonight, we have Katie Frost, former executive director of the Georgia Freedom Caucus and former aide with Ted Cruz for president. A. Scott Bolden, former chair of the D.C. Democratic Party, is with us. And Bart Marcois, former U.S. diplomat and presidential campaign advisor for former President George Bush and President Trump. Joining us now live is Representative Julie Fedorchak from North Dakota. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Set the stage for what the environment is like for us at the Capitol. What do you hope President Trump will be focusing on and emphasizing in his speech this evening? And we are going to come in studio with that as we get the comms sorted out with the Congresswoman. We'll start it off with you, Katie. What are you looking for tonight in President Trump's speech?
Well, I'm expecting this to be very much like a rally speech. We're going to hear all of the main points he talked about on the campaign, but he's also going to talk about what he's done regarding those issues. Now in his first, I guess we're, 6 weeks into the administration? It's been a very jam-packed first couple of days here. So he's going to do a lot there. And then but what I'm really looking forward to is seeing, do the teleprompters freeze? Is he going to go off script a little bit? Is he going to riff a little bit? I fully expect he will do it. But I'm looking forward to seeing the new and improved President Trump coming off the campaign trail, going back into the halls of Congress. This is going to be a must-see television.
I can guarantee you he's going to riff, so I may be watching the teleprompter with you. Listen, Donald Trump, credibility is always an issue if you're a Democrat in regard to what he says versus the depth and substance. But he's a master showman, and so he's the master of distraction. I think there's going to be some showmanship. The one substantive issue that I think all Americans are looking for is, what is he doing about Ukraine? Where are we at? Understand the blow up at the press conference and what have you. The European nations, Western European nations have stepped up to support Ukraine. But this is a deal that's got to be done. And either Donald Trump and the U.S. are going to be a part of it and lead it, or the European countries are going to lead it, who, in all fairness to Donald Trump, they really have the most at stake. But we got to be a part of those discussions because we got to be a reliable international partner, and there's some real concern in Europe about whether we are.
Bart, does Ukraine take center stage tonight in the president's speech?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be mostly domestic issues. I think he's going to talk about the economy. I think he's going to talk about the energy renewal. I do think Ukraine is important. I do think that that he'll talk about it. I suspect he's going to have a success story on Ukraine. I believe that he's going to announce that he and Zelensky have come to an agreement. I thought I heard something about that this afternoon. I may have gotten my wires crossed.
Wishful thinking.
But I expect him to talk mostly about the drop in border crossings, illegal border crossings, down to, 6%, 4%, 2% of what it was. I think he's going to talk about a resurgence in economic growth and in the growth of jobs. When Katie said it's been 6 weeks, I thought, wait, yeah, that's right. It is only 6 weeks. This is not a State of the Union address, but he has enough to talk about that it could be.
That is an excellent point. It is not a State of the Union, but if you're watching the news, there does seem to be enough to pack in there. How do you assess President Trump's impact, Katie, so far in his first nearly 2 months?
Well, we actually can see his impact going back to even before he was inaugurated. And you're talking about our partners in Europe. Think about the reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. And President Trump went there as the president-elect. And all of the world leaders were coming over to him. They were showing him so much deference, so much respect. He showed strength on the international stage, just his presence. And you could see people are reacting differently to his presidency versus President Biden. I mean, from the moment President Trump won re-election, he effectively was acting as president. Everybody was treating him as such. So it's really been fascinating to see how the markets were reacting, how our international partners were reacting. I think the biggest thing that President Trump's impact is going to be the border. If you talk about one success story, the border is what he's going to want to talk about. That's going to be his issue.
Well, the border was under pretty much control towards the end of the Biden administration because of the executive orders that the Republicans have been pushing Biden to do. And I actually agree that we should have enacted sooner. But my Republican friends here have talked about everything but the economy and the price of eggs and Trump's commitment to reducing these prices, one. And then the big elephant in the room, forgive the pun, is DOGE, if you will. Are they really being effective or not? Are they really savings or not? And that's the real question.
And we're going to pause just for a moment here. And the Congresswoman was with us, but she has to be into the Capitol building, into the room, the chamber, excuse me, by a certain time, so she had to leave us. So we're going to continue the conversation. Bart, to Katie's previous point, President Trump's impact as president-elect stretched beyond just the visit to the Notre Dame Cathedral, but you also had the hostage deals already starting to play out as well. How do you assess the president's first nearly 2 months?
Well, I think the hostage deals are a great example. The Notre Dame is a great example. Another example is the manufacturing that is already coming home to America. That I think we're going to hear a lot about that. The announcement just today of a $100 billion plant being opened for semiconductors in Arizona, coming out of Taiwan. I work in international business. I was approached long before Inauguration Day by people from overseas who want to move manufacturing plants to the United States. They're working actively right now to do that. They say, listen, we want to avoid the tariffs and we want to avoid instability in our home countries, and we have no problem manufacturing things in America. We want to do that. It makes sense for us. Our markets are there. It's just as easy for us to manufacture there. Nobody asked us to before. And I think he's going to talk a lot about that, and that's going to have a really big impact.
Scott?
I certainly hope he does, because he's thrown us into the middle of a trade war with our friends like Mexico and Canada and others. I don't have a problem with the tariffs on China, because Lord knows they're cleaning our clocks on the level of trade between those two countries.
I'm with you there, brother.
But the reality is we're in the middle of this trade war. And there's not one economist that doesn't believe that the tariffs are going to cause prices to go up. Donald Trump promised that they would go down. And so I'd love for him to talk about this tariff strategy, because last time we put this many tariffs in place, we had the Great Depression of the 30s. And so I hope we're not going down that road. The key will be, how long do these tariffs stay in place until he gets compliance, or to Trump and America get the compliance that they're seeking? I mean, the whole issue of opioids coming across the Canadian border, that's less than 1%, at least according to statistics I've read. And so where are we going with this? As I said, Donald Trump is the master of deception, or rather the master of showmanship, if you will. He may have a methodology with these the threat of tariffs or the implementation of tariffs, but the real question is how long? All of those leaders that have come up to Donald Trump and come to kiss the ring, if you will, they're terrified of Donald Trump because they don't find us as a trustworthy partner. Now, being a maverick is important, and you can bring about change that way, but this isn't a technology company. This is the United States of America, which several other countries rely on us as a social welfare state. And the reality is that they're going to continue to rely on us unless we create a vacuum whereby the UK and other Western European countries fill that void. I don't think we want that, because I don't think in the end we want to be isolationists, notwithstanding the rhetoric of Donald Trump.
Well, and I would just say, though, I don't believe there's any country that can fully fill the void of the United States.
That can or cannot?
That cannot. There's no. There is not going to be a country out there. I mean, the UK can try. They've got serious problems at home. They have a massive cost of living crisis. I mean, Prime Minister Starmer's government is not exactly in the strongest position. So the idea that there's some other nation just waiting to fill the void created by the United States, China, maybe is the only one who could try and fill us on the international.
Well, they got big economic problems themselves.
But they've got the problems themselves.
Right,
So the idea that if something, President Trump's policies are somehow going to mean we disappear from the international stage, I would respectfully disagree with that. But tariffs, are they policy or are they tools? Is this something that President Trump is going to use in order to bring people to the table and accomplish what he wants to for the United States? And as far as bringing back home manufacturing, yes, tariffs are going to play a part in that, but also getting rid of job-killing regulations is something that got completely overlooked. Just last week, the House passed a resolution to undo an 11th hour EPA regulation by the Biden administration, or something that was actually Department of Energy. But it was going to kill tankless water heaters from being manufactured here in the United States. Rinnai tankless water heaters, you probably heard the name, you have them, they're manufactured in my home district of the Georgia 3rd. My congressman helped put it through, saved 500 jobs right there in this small rural Georgia district.
Listen, we got 4% unemployment. We don't have an employment problem, quite frankly, and the markets are tanking for 2 days in a row. That's an important statistic, because if they bounce back, then you'd say this is a one-day story and the markets aren't concerned about tariffs. This is 2 days now. If it tanks to 600 or more, it's going to be even worse for our economy, which is something that Donald Trump promised the reverse of that. So watch the markets.
So we're definitely going to talk a lot about China tonight in the tariffs, not just being a tool for the economy, but also for national security, as Peter Navarro, senior Trump advisor, has stated. But Scott, I do want to get your thoughts. We're going to obviously be hearing from the president tonight. He's going to address the joint session as well as the nation. We're also going to be hearing from freshman Senator Elissa Slotkin from the Democrat side. What do you anticipate that she is going to say, and what themes do you want her to be focusing on?
Well, I think she ought to focus on DOGE, whether you're fixing fraud, waste, and abuse. Democrats don't oppose that. We oppose how it's being done. It ought to be surgically done. It ought to be legally done. And instead of taking 6 weeks to get it done, it's okay to take 6 months, if you will, because we didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. And there's a big difference between programs that you don't like that promotes democracy and health and hunger, or feeding the hungry nationwide as our diplomacy, and just getting rid of it to pay for tax cuts in the future. You got a big tax bill that's coming up, whether it's going to be 1 or 2 parts, and so you got to really focus on whether DOGE is a distraction or not. And then secondly, the economy, and not jobs, but the economy, and whether prices are going up or down. He promised it on the first day. I didn't expect it to change on the first day, don't get me wrong, but he's got a short leash, because in 2 years, the way the Democrats get back some of their power is to take over the House. There's 7 races that they need to be focusing on, no matter how much they protest. They've got to get control of one of these houses to be effective opposition to the Donald Trump machine.
So far, this has been a fascinating discussion. We're going to have a whole bunch more. In the meantime, coming up, what are Trump's biggest accomplishments after just 6 weeks in office? We'll hear from Kevin Hogan at The Hub just after the break.
Millions of children are growing up in the shadow of war, forced to flee home at a moment's notice. They shelter in unfamiliar places, surviving on scraps of food and water, and hope their journey will end in safety. Save the Children works in the world's hardest to reach places, helping kids overcome the unthinkable. That's why we created Team Tomorrow. Call or go online to become a monthly donor And together, we can tackle the most devastating challenges that children face, like conflict, the climate crisis, and poverty. Building a better tomorrow starts today. For just $10 a month, you can help provide life-saving food, shelter, medicine, and health care to so many, including here at home. To reach children in crisis worldwide, we need 1,000 new donors this month. Your donation today can help secure additional grants, which can multiply the impact of your support up to 10 times. When you give with your credit card, we'll send you a free Save the Children tote bag to remind you of the change we're making together. What we do today can transform children's tomorrows. Your gift will help a child in their biggest moment of need. Call or go online to givetosave.org right now.
This past year has been one of the hardest in MyPillow's history. It's because of you that we're making it through. My employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by extending our wholesale prices on classic MyPillows. Get standard classic MyPillows only $14.98. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.98. But it gets even better. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.98. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows $29.98 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of these wholesale prices, including my standard size MyPillow, originally $49.98, now only $14.98. Queens $18.98, Kings only $1 more. Not only that, order $75 or more, ship absolutely free. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America! No, she didn't. She didn't.
And you're looking at a live shot of the Capitol where the president will be addressing a joint session in just moments. Welcome back. I'm Steve Lance. And Trump's most significant accomplishments since taking office. Joining us now for the overview is NTD's data reporter Kevin Hogan, live from the Hub.
So President Trump has been very busy since taking office. We're going to go through some of his major moves, including DOGE cuts, the immigration system, as well as some tariffs. So we're going to start with DOGE. This is headed by the world's richest man, Elon Musk, and what they have been doing. So according to DOGE, they have cut, well, let's say they have a wall of receipts. So the proof that they actually have amounts to about $20 billion in cuts so far. But they have an estimated total, and that's about $105 billion, which DOGE says, according, they did the math, it says that's about $650 per American. So American taxpayer, right? So that's what they've done so far. Let's look ahead and let's talk about some of their goals that they have to cut. So Musk's good shot scenario, they're cutting $1 trillion off of the federal budget. And in his best case scenario, he has talked about this prior to Trump taking office, this is $2 trillion. That's a lofty goal. So that's where their goals are. If they were to continue cutting at the rate they're cutting right now, where would they be in July 2026 when DOGE is set to end? What would be right in between? About $1.2 trillion. So that's a big number, of course. It would surpass their good shot goal. The question is there enough money for them to even cut in the federal budget? Because again, Trump has said he's going to protect Social Security and Medicare, and Trump wants a strong military. So there's probably not that many cuts there. So if we look at the non-defense discretionary budget, or it's right here in purple, that's just under $1 trillion. That's all that DOGE can cut if they don't cut those other things. And that means that at the rate now that they're cutting more than the entire government. So even if they shut down every single agency, Department of Education and so on, they still would be cutting more than that even allows for. So the real question is, where are they going to find all of those cuts? Now, we're going to move on to the itemized list. Again, this is that wall of receipts. They have all their paperwork done and all their bookkeeping. So where are they actually making cuts? Well, a lot of it is this USAID. That's about $7 billion that they have receipts for. And again, this is foreign aid to other countries from the United States. Other is a big category. And then also, this is, you have other in here. This is Social Security. But again, this is only $5 billion in that other category. So they're not finding, hundreds of $billions and cutting that off of Social Security and Medicare. No, they're cutting things like gender markers and surveys, things like that. So small dollars there. And then you have other things such as Department of Education and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which manages some student loans, right? So moving on, we're going to look at the border situation, right, with the encounters of Border Patrol agents at the southern border under President Trump's tenure, his second term in office, right here. So you have the monthly encounters by Border Patrol agents at the southwest border going from January 2000 all the way up through Trump's first term and Biden's term, and then to Trump's second term, right? So what you're seeing is that it usually peaks in the spring or early, late winter, early spring, and it falls off in the winter, in January typically. So we're going to zoom in on this to understand what's happening. So what you're seeing is that Trump was able to achieve a state in which the Border Patrol agents are achieving their least amount of encounters on a monthly basis, and that goes back as far as we have a record for. So this is just 8,300 encounters in 1 month. So if you look at the minimums here, you're seeing that it's vastly different than back in the 2000s and so on, and all the way up through Trump's first administration and so on. So again, this is the minimum that has been. It may even be more. This is at least 25 years, the lowest that we've seen. That's just all the data that we have for you, and that's according to Customs and Border Patrol and the Pew Research Center. So there's a little bit more to the immigration story that we're going to touch on here, and that's the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officers. They make two kinds of arrests for people who are not authorized to be in this country. One is when they get the person from, say, the sheriff's office or from a prison. The other is called an at-large arrest. That's when they go to maybe their place of work or some other place in public and they make an arrest at large. That's the statistic we're going to show you right here. So what you're seeing now is the average monthly ICE at-large arrests, and according to the Migration Policy Institute and DHS, and you're talking anywhere from about 1,000 or 2,000 in the early part of this century, and then all the way up to, you're talking over 5,000 on a monthly basis. Again, this is under Biden's term. This is 2022 you're looking at right here. But now on the first month in Trump's second term, ICE has arrested about 20,000 illegal immigrants. So that is much more. It's almost sevenfold. I mean, that's over 600% more than the last fiscal year of the Biden administration, again, in terms of a monthly average. So Trump is certainly living up to his promise of doing a lot of arrests. It's not clear whether or not these are criminal illegal immigrants in total, or if some of them just violated some civil infraction, other immigration laws, and so on. So again, talking about some of the other major moves that Trump has made, tariffs. This is a big point. Trump wants to use them as a lever in order to advance his America First agenda. So we look at the additional import tariffs that Trump is putting on other countries. Canada and Mexico are getting hit with 25% tariffs. And again, this is to secure the border and stop the flow of deadly fentanyl and illegal immigration coming to the country. And then China is getting hit with an additional 10% tariffs. And again, these are all his executive orders that he signed levying these duties on these goods from China, Canada, and Mexico. However, Canadian energy got a little bit of a break. That's only 10% compared to the 25% on all Canadian goods, probably an effort to keep American gas prices down and to keep energy prices under control. So now when you look at the average U.S. tariff rate from the basically early stages of this country up until now, what you see is that it has dropped off quite a bit. Because remember, back before 1913, the United States didn't have income tax. A lot of their revenue actually came from things like duties on imported goods. So, and then closer to the present day, that's gone down to just about a few percent. But under Trump's proposals, if you average all this out, again, this is according to Clarion Partners, it's a real estate group, that would actually average out to about 18% of tariffs, and these are on all imported goods. So that would significantly rise the percentage of the tariffs that are on these imported goods if Trump's proposals were to go through. So that's a recap of some of Trump's major moves for you. Back to you.
NTD's Kevin Hogan, live from the Data Hub. Thank you, Kevin. And back to our panel here in studio. Certainly a lot to take in there. Right off the top, Bart, talk to us about Doge. We'll go back to Doge and talk about...
Oh, thank you.
I mean, what do you think...
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear this.
What do you think is next to come? Who's next in line? Is it the Department of Defense? Where does Doge go from here?
I think it is the Department of Defense. We've heard some indications from Elon Musk that they're looking that way. I think defense contractors around, the Beltway bandits around the region are going to find themselves doing a lot of belt tightening. President Trump is taking a real, Gordian knot approach to everything. Alexander the Great came, he saw this knot, and they said it was unsolvable. Nobody could untie it. Anybody who could would rule would rule all of Asia Minor. And he said, you got to untie it. He tried for a few minutes, and he took out his sword and he sliced it in pieces and pulled it all apart. President Trump is doing that with all of these problems that we've been calling intractable for decades. And he's saying, listen, we are not going to have a country if we are not like Argentina in the 1970s, is because the dollar is the reserve currency of the world. We saw indications during the Biden administration of countries leaving the dollar standard. Saudi Arabia was accepting payments from China for their oil. The other BRICS countries were starting to move toward euros and away from the dollar. If that continued, if that trend continued, we would find that suddenly that the money in our pocket was worthless. We would look like the Weimar Republic in the 1920s. President Trump is saying the only thing that we can do the main thing we must do to stop this is to cut that government spending, and it has to be sweeping. It cannot be a little bit here and a little bit there. We don't have 6 months. We don't have 4 years. We have to do it as fast as we can. I look at this number from Kevin, and I think, Elon, you got to do more. And 80% of the American people are looking at that. 70% of the American people are looking at that and saying the same thing. They're cheering these cuts because that's money coming out of our pockets, and we're saying it's got to end. Something has to stop somewhere. It is that the tick has been bigger than the dog for more than 30 years now, and we have to stop spending. We cannot continue this. It's unsustainable.
Well, Republicans and Democrats are guilty of spending over the last 50 to 100 years.
I'm shocked. You would suggest that's bipartisan.
You don't get run out of office in D.C. for spending money. You get run out for cutting programs. Listen, the concept of DOGE is super important, fraud, waste, and abuse. But let's draw a dichotomy between, is he cutting fraud, waste, and abuse, or is he just cutting programs that he believes are not consistent with his politics that Democrats and Republicans voted upon? Now, give it a couple months, because you've got people who are being illegally fired. You got programs that are being illegally cut. There are 10 court decisions, federal court decisions, that are making their way through that have TRO, temporary restraining orders, which is equitable relief, that argues, or at least the courts have said, that you can't fire these people because they have merit protections, and you can't cut these programs. Why? Because the Congress is the only one that can start an agency and the only one that can shut an agency down, and the Article 3 courts are agreeing with that. Now, lastly, the top 10 states who get the most entitlements in this country are red states in the South. He's cutting into those red state entitlements that cannot function. Their very constituents they're working against, that's more pain for them. Give it 60 days, 90 days, right? And you're going to see those very constituents turn against the Republicans. So not only is it illegal, right, but they're hurting their own constituents, and these tariffs, a combination, are going to continue to have prices raised. Eggs are at an all-time high, and that combination can't spell success for a Republican administration that controls the House, Senate, and the White House. I don't know how they get away with it or how much longer they get away with it.
Katie, we do have to take a break. With 30 seconds, how much of DOGE is about cutting fraud, waste, and abuse, or is it really going after the bureaucratic state?
I believe it's a fully combination of both. And if you take a look at this, this is not a typical presidential transition. This is a corporate restructure. We've got a new CEO, we have a new COO that he's brought on, and they're looking at every single thing. We've got a company or a country that can't pay its bills, has a bloated payroll. We have to do something drastic, and that's what the new management's coming to do.
You don't kill it, though. You do it surgically and legally.
I'm sure we'll be talking about that much more before and after the
Burn
speech
it down.
tonight. Next up, we'll discuss Trump's approach to countering China's aggression and hear from people about what they hope to hear in Trump's speech.
You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you.
On streets across America, young people are homeless, abused, in danger. Covenant House is helping young people with nowhere else to turn. But the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month. You'll help provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. Homeless young people are afraid and alone. Your monthly donation right now will show them they are loved and safe.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life.
Call or go online now and give just $19 a month. We'll send you this comforting blanket as a reminder of the difference you're making in a young person's life. Call or go online now to safeplacetosleep.org.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
And there's a live shot right here as we take a look at the president entering the Beast, sitting in the Beast to make his way down Pennsylvania Avenue to give his speech at the Capitol. There he is right now. We'll take a look at the president as he departs the White House. We'll watch him leave with the motorcade. Just moments. And there you had the president joined by the First Lady making their way to the Capitol for a joint session of Congress address. And you're looking at that has passed. In the meantime, we're going to bring it back in studio. President Trump has doubled tariffs on China from 10% to now 20%, and China immediately retaliating with its own tariff announcement. So what are President Trump's intentions when it comes to China economically and militarily? And why are these tariffs necessary? Bringing that conversation in studio right now. Bart, we'll start with you.
Sure. It goes back to what we said earlier about bringing manufacturing back. The really horrible scandal of the American economy over since the Clinton administration has been the mass transfer of jobs, of factory jobs, of manufacturing capability from the United States to China. Environmental regulations, high labor costs, the aggressive Chinese intellectual property theft, all of those things have contributed to taking manufacturing out of the United States. The Chinese, I mean, I just admire their chutzpah. They have funded environmentalist groups to come and tell Americans that coal is evil and coal is terrible and we have to stop using coal. And we have 500 years worth of coal to power our country. Back when we used coal, we paid 6, maybe 7 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity. Now people are paying 25, 35 cents a kilowatt hour for their electricity, 5 times what they used to pay. And nobody is using coal anymore. And guess who's buying coal? All the American coal. I talked to a guy recently who said, I watch 100 boxcars a day go past my house on the way to a port on the west coast, on the northwest, taking coal to China. China lowered the cost of coal. They made us stop using our coal, and they are building a new coal-fired electricity plant every 3 days. Every 3 days, there's a new coal-fired electricity plant, generation plant in China. The emissions in China are far greater than they were from a coal-fired plant here. And President Trump is looking at that and saying, well, you know, emissions are emissions, the world is the world. We're not doing anything to stop emissions by sending all our coal to China or by sending our factories to China. Let's bring them back. Let's constrict Chinese power. They've been buying up, rare earth minerals all around the world. With their Belt and Road Initiative, they've been going in. They're locking up all of these raw materials, and they are encircling us, and we're sitting there. We don't even know it. We don't even know that they're doing it. They are conducting economic warfare against us. We don't even know we're at war. President Trump is saying, okay, this is one thing, one small thing, but we have to constrict Chinese power and break loose from the stranglehold.
And go get those minerals and compete with China on the minerals. When I listen to you, are you saying that because China is harming the environment and affecting the environment and the warming of this planet, that just because they're doing it, we should do that too? That we have 500 years of coal, which empirical data says is harmful to our environment. We have international treaties that have said we want to reduce the emissions. Every country has an obligation to reduce the emissions, but because China's doing it, we ought to do our part to harm the environment too. There's empirical data and scientific evidence that coal burning is harmful to the environment and global warming. That's undeniable.
No,
so you want to go back to burning? You want to go back to burning coal?
I absolutely want to go back to burning coal.
Goodness gracious.
That is the basis of American energy.
My grandkids and your grandkids and great grandkids are going to suffer and pay
are going to have the same opportunities that you and I had to grow up.
A much warmer planet. A much warmer planet.
You're making assertions. You're making assertions.
I've read the empirical data to support it. You can't deny that.
I can deny it.
You can.
I absolutely can deny that.
I'll submit to you that scientific studies are now like polling data. The pollster goes to his client and says, the client says, what are the numbers? And the pollster says, well, what do you want them to be? All these studies that come out, you have to look at.
Scientists aren't pollers, though.
But
and there's a lot of data. There's a lot of empirical data out there to support that. So you disagree with the scientific data.
You say that because you were smart enough to go to law school. Those poor slobs that went.
I read the empirical data. I've read the report.
Who went for PhDs are dependent on grants to get their money to fund their studies, and they're dependent on the people giving them the grants.
But that doesn't deny their independence.
And the grants are coming from leftist organizations.
So you don't believe in global warming?
Absolutely not.
You don't believe in global warming?
I believe the planet is constantly changing.
I was going to ask Scott, China could be the one single issue that brings Democrats and Republicans together. So there are many other angles when it comes to China. With that said, how do you think these tariffs will aim to address China's trade practices and military expansion?
The problem with China is that we are still interdependent on them because we have so much trade between these companies. And if they want to have a tariff war with China, they're only going to go so far. Now, the other challenge with China is that when you talk about military warfare, you're right. We can agree that China is expanding not only in the goal of the minerals and all of the minerals and
the rare earth
minerals, right? Thank you. At the same time, they're expanding in other countries, especially in Africa and South America, the Panama Canal or near the Panama Canal, and And we're just not trying to compete with them on it. You can give lip service to it, but they're everywhere. And now what they're doing is selling in exchange for infrastructure in a number of African countries. Now they're selling them weapons, if you will. And now you see with their global expansion, they make sure it's not just the South China Sea. And then, over the last 4 years, they've threatened us militarily, played with us in the South China Sea and other parts and stuff. And I don't believe we've had a really good response to that. I don't. I think militaristically, we need to stand up to them and push back. And so instead of arguing about global warming and coal fire, we ought to be talking about a military response, and more importantly, what we do to control their expansion around this world. And we need to be expanding around the world to compete with them, to give all of these countries an opportunity, not just to choose China, but to choose us and our democracy over China and their socialism.
I'll tell you what China
does. I sound like
does.
a Republican, forgive me.
Welcome to the tent, brother. We're with you all the way.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Come on over.
Ask another question, please.
Let me tell you why China is outpacing us in these third world countries, because they use corruption as a tool of statecraft. I, as a businessman, if I go in and I try to build a power plant, or I try to build a port or a road in, say, South Sudan, I cannot compete with China, because China can go in and say, "Here we go, we'll build this. We're gonna.
Here's our labor.
Here's our labor. You give us this contract, and you, Mr. Prime Minister, are going to get $500 million to put in your Cayman Islands account. You just signed this contract to lease this back to us for 40 years, and it says if you can't make the payments, then we own it, or your minerals in the Congo, your rare earth minerals." That's how I can't do that. I go to jail if I pay a kickback. I have FCPA to contend with.
I was about to say that. Go right ahead.
Yeah. I can't do that. But a Chinese state-owned company can do that. That's how they're doing it. We need to expose that corruption. If I were, say, the Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, I would go in and I would say, the first thing we're going to do is find the bank accounts of all of these foreign leaders that have taken. We know who they are. We know how much they've taken. Let's expose it. Let's freeze those accounts. Let's seize those assets, give them back to the people of Freetown, of Liberia, and say, this is for you to develop your economy freely. And if President Trump did that, he would be a hero all over Africa, all over South America, all over Asia. That's the kind of thing, that's how we can counter Chinese corruption.
We're certainly going to pick up this conversation on China. Right now we're going to take a look here inside of the House chamber, where the Vice President is making his way in right now. He's also the President of the Senate. They're flanked by a group of Republican senators, as you can see on the screen. We'll tune in and see if we can hear what they're saying. And the Vice President is making his way through, where he is talking to members of Congress inside of the chamber. You see Congressman Byron Donalds, who is just recently announced he's going to be running for the governor of Florida. He'll be running to be the next governor there in the Sunshine State. And just moments ago off screen, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, gavelled the session in. So we will start to see all of the guests filing in, as well as President Trump shortly, as he does continue to make his way to the Capitol building from the White House. Be sure to bring you everything as it does unfold there. High-ranking military officials, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs as well. I guess while we're watching on screen here, Katie, we'll continue our conversation on China. I know you wanted to weigh in. What do you think it's going to take? What strategies do you think that the United States can implement to reduce our reliance on Chinese imports, on China, and many of these critical goods?
Well, obviously we need to bring, as we've talked about, reshoring manufacturing and bringing that back home. But I want to take us back a little bit. So 5 years ago, we had 2 weeks to slow the spread. Does anybody remember that?
We had what?
2 weeks to slow the spread. That was 5 years ago. The entire world suffered because the Chinese government lied to us. Now, there was a time when you weren't allowed to talk about the concept of there was a lab and that this was involved, but now it's widely accepted, even with the CIA saying, yes, the most likely source of COVID was from that lab in Wuhan. And the Chinese government lied about it and covered it up. Plunged the entire world into a pandemic. Unspeakable horror and suffering. And we want to rely on them for anything? We absolutely cannot be. They cannot be trusted, and we need to make sure that we have control of our supply chain so that we can have all of our critical our medicines. You need to be able to make that in the United States. And even the other things like our toilet paper. I don't know about you, but I do not want to go through that again of having to go to 10 different stores looking to find the basics. Everything.
Paper towels.
Paper towels, you name it, it was gone. We need to make sure that we have good control of our supply chain. So this plays into, do we need to reshore manufacturing? Yes, but we also need to make sure they don't seize full control of the Panama Canal. Imagine if the Panama Canal, and they have that as a military strategic, and they can just shut it off to threaten us at any moment. That would absolutely cripple our economy and our imports. So we need to make sure that we are asserting ourselves around the world, but also in the Western Hemisphere. They are encroaching in South America, the Panama Canal being a key example of that.
Katie brings up a very important point, I think, bringing us back to the 5 years ago where the Chinese regime knew that COVID was spreading inside of China. They shut down domestic flights, allowing that virus to spread across the world. Think about, had they stopped those flights and did what they did in their own country, how many lives could have been saved? This is a regime that just simply can't be trusted.
Yeah, or had let the U.S. health investigators in, shared information, or the World Health Organization. Regardless of what you think about them, this was a pandemic, it was an epidemic, and they sat on their hands and they were silent. But the real question is, okay, so what do we do about that? What are our options as the U.S., right? You cut them off completely because of this disaster. That's hard because we're trading partners with them. You issue sanctions against them. We've certainly done that. I've never figured out how the U.S. measures sanctions against another country and whether it's working or not working, even against Russia. The cost of seizing an oligarch's $100 million yacht, if you will, or their assets sometimes costs more than the sanction itself. And so I think it's a struggle. It'll be interesting whether you're a Republican administration or a Democratic administration, how you deal with China, because it's just super complicated.
It is, and we are really, they have us in a stranglehold. Let me frighten you for a minute. We have one factory in the United States that makes IV bags, only one. It's in North Carolina, North or South, I forget which, in Carolina.
In the Carolinas.
And every other manufacturer of IV bags is either in China or it's in a country where the shipping routes are controlled by China. They could simply stop shipping IV bags. Imagine what that does to our medical treatment. And you can say that about medical device after medical device after medical supply after medical supply. During the lockdowns, I have a business partner, wrote a book about his experience because he was importing masks and gowns and gloves and what have you. And syringes. We don't manufacture syringes. We don't manufacture needles here. All of that came from China. Some came from Vietnam, but China controlled the shipping. He bought things and the Chinese came in and said, we're taking 40% of what you have. You can only ship 60% of what you have. You cannot load them on planes. The Air Force sent a C-5, several C-5s to pick them up. The Chinese said, no, you, Mr. U.S. Air Force, you may not take these out of the country. That's what they did when we were at peace. Imagine what they could do, and imagine the state of medical care. This takes us back to pre-World War I. An absence of needles, absence of syringes, absence of IV bags, absence of the tubing. That's another thing. Very basic supplies, all owned or controlled by China. We don't manufacture our own gunpowder or high explosives.
So what do we do about that, though? Give me the top three things we should do to change that.
We're going to answer that question. It is a great question because it needs to be well thought out. In the meantime, right now we do have to go to NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao, who is at the Capitol right now for an update. Iris, what can you tell us?
Good evening to you also. We just got new excerpts from the White House about President Trump's speech tonight. According to the excerpts that we've gotten about Ukraine, President Trump will talk about how he's working, quote, tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine, adding that millions of Ukrainians and Russians are being needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. And he also again will complain about the lack of what he says contribution from European nations to solving this war. He will say that the U.S. has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. So that's a main theme of President Trump's narrative when it comes to Ukraine. He wants the war to end quickly, but also he wants the U.S. to be able to not having to bear the main responsibility of having to secure Ukraine's basically protecting Ukraine. He wants Europe to step up their role as well. And he's also going to talk about a lot of his domestic policies that he's been implementing over the past 6 weeks. Specifically, he's going to tout what he calls America's golden age. He will talk about how over the past 6 weeks, they have accomplished more than the previous administration did in 4 years or 8 years, and he says they're just getting started. He also will point to the public optimism that he's feeling across the board, including by saying how there's a 27-point swing in public optimism since Election Day and a 41-point jump in small business confidence. He also will credit what he has done over the past 6 weeks, especially when it comes to the executive orders, over 100 executive orders and over 400 actions to restore what he calls common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth. And when it comes to the economy, he's going to pin the blame for inflation on the previous administration. He's also going to specifically point to the current soaring egg prices by saying that, quote, Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control, and we are working hard to get it back down. And that's, of course, one of the main criticism points by Democrats toward the Trump administration and its current policies, by saying that Trump hasn't really fulfilled his campaign promise of getting that inflation down. We do expect Democrats to mainly put that as the point in their response tonight as well. But President Trump in his speech will try to say that they're working hard to get this inflation down, whilst the previous administration's record that's still causing the inflation to Americans. And of course, he's also going to talk about his border policies, touting what he will call the most sweeping border crackdown in American history, achieving the lowest illegal border crossings ever. And of course, he's also going to close with calling for more border funding from Congress as lawmakers are negotiating their upcoming budget deal. And that will be, of course, one of President Trump's main objectives tonight as well, to not only communicate his policy priorities to everyday Americans, but also to the lawmakers who will need to come together to implement his agenda. Steve.
NTD's Iris Tao, thank you for that update as we continue to watch the House chamber as members of Congress and other invited guests continue to file in. We've seen quite a few significant ones. Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, all filing in. The Vice President has made his way in. There you see some Democratic senators making their way in as well. And right there on your screen you see Mike Johnson gaveling. We're going to take a listen.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber: the Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune; the Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso; The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Some pink. That's kind of their protest attire.
This time.
Not so many this time.
And here we are taking a live look into the House chamber where we're awaiting President Donald Trump to make his way in as they gavel in. And it looks like that may happen right now. And we're going to tune back in.
Jonathan Jackson.
And while we're waiting for the president to make his way into the chamber, I guess back to the matter at hand, which is the speech, Katie. Right off the top, we've been talking a lot about Doge, the economy. Scott touched upon the markets going a little bit haywire over the past 2 days. Do you anticipate him to address that?
I do anticipate him addressing the economy. Whether he talks about the market specifically, President Trump is someone who loves to focus on the positive. So I don't necessarily see him talking about that specifically, but I do believe he's going to talk about how it is going to be, as he said many times, a golden age for America. He's going to use that phrase again and again. We see it spreading across the entire Republican Party message. I see him doing that. I see him talking about successes at the border. He's going to talk about how low those numbers are. President Trump loves numbers. He loves when they're big or really small. Nothing in the middle. So he's going to talk about how great the numbers are going to be for the economy and all the investments he's brought into this country. And he's going to talk about how low the numbers are at the border. That's my summary of what I expect to hear right away.
I want to talk. I was glad to hear Iris say he's going to talk about eggs. We've heard about eggs a few times now. I got to tell you, I have raised chickens, I've raised goats, I've raised rabbits, I've raised honeybees, and I've found that if you kill all your chickens, you're not going to get any eggs.
Thank you.
Joe Biden killed 100 million chickens last month, and now people are saying, what's going on with the price of eggs? Well, it takes almost 6 months for a hen to grow from a chick to a layer. I can tell you that from experience. So the price of eggs is going to stay high until about May. And around about May, 60 days from now maybe, if I'm doing my gazintas properly, we're going to start to see the price of eggs come down. They'll have them at Costco again.
Just, Bart, right now, the Supreme Court justices are making their way into the chamber right now. They're filing in on the screen, just to let the audience know here as they file in and take their seats. Very important part. Of the evening is the Supreme Court justices sitting front and center inside of the House chamber there. But yes, please, Bart.
I said enough about eggs. You want to hear about honeybees sometime? I'll tell you all about those.
I've raised honeybees too. I've never raised chickens, but I got to tell you, the Republicans will blame the Democrats for everything. Now you accuse the Biden administration of killing 100 million chickens to stop the spread of bird flu. My goodness gracious. Is Biden the answer for everything? The Republicans...
No, Barack Obama is too.
Oh, we're going to go back further back. Yeah. My goodness gracious. God bless you. God bless you. And he's not walking out of the White House door anytime soon, and neither is Biden. But the bad news is, and the bad economic numbers are going to be blamed on Biden and even Barack Obama, and all the good news, projected good news, he's going to take credit for, as the president should take credit for. But that's political rhetoric. That's not political reality. And the reality is this economy is still not where it should be. It improved under the Biden administration. Immigration improved under the Biden administration at the end. And so the question is, how long can Trump blame the Biden administration for our economic woes? He can't blame him for the immigration piece
at least
anymore.
6 weeks.
At least 6 weeks, okay.
And I will say, though, the American people also blamed the Biden administration.
yeah.
Because, I mean, look at the resounding defeat that they received at the ballot box.
Oh, no, there wasn't a resounding defeat by any chance. Okay, so here's the deal with the seven swing states, if you will. The statistics or the pollster said that he was going to win by 1 to 3 points. He swept those swing states, but he swept them by 1 to 3 points. So the polling was correct, but it was a really, really close fight, even though the Democrats didn't win one swing state. And so let's be genuine. I'm not saying you're not, but let's be genuine about the sweep. He got 49% of the vote, the total vote. He did win the swing states, but 1 percentage point or more could have changed the outcome of this race. Now, that doesn't mean Democrats don't need to learn how to talk to the working man. Doesn't mean we need to be focusing on the economy, if you will. The effective ad that Trump ran was really effective. You know, she's for them and we're for you. And we've got to figure out our messaging, because in 2 years or less than 2 years, there are about 7 seats that could be changed with the right economic income, where the race was close, where Trump won those districts, but it was close. If the Democrats don't focus on that, they can protest and speak and be the opposition, but they've got to win control of one of these branches of government to be the real opposition and to talk to the American people and convince the American people and the working class and even the middle class, right, that the Democrats aren't a group of Eastern elites, that the Democrats are still for the working man and still for union workers, and this is why we're going to be better going forward.
Well, respectfully, I think it may take the Democrats more than 2 years to climb
not.
out of that messaging
Oh,
hole
I
that they've
hope
dug
not.
for themselves.
I
But
hope
you know,
not.
you and I know if the results have been different, and if Vice President Harris has swept all 7 swing states, we would have heard about landslide, historic. Those are all the things we would have heard about.
I agree with you.
So hey, we're going to take the win on this one. We're going to enjoy it. But I have to say, as I'm watching the screen, I know the audience is watching at home. One of my favorite things about watching a joint session is who pushes their way to the hall, to the aisle. That tells you right now who either wants to make sure they're seen on camera for the folks back home, or who is running for higher office. This is kind of like the Oscars for political nerds like myself. So this is always a very fun thing to watch.
Or they got there late.
They
got there late.
To Katie's point, one of those people always pushing to the front was former Missouri Congressman Billy Long, who I think every 4 years, or at least a few, that President Trump was in office in his first term, he would have him sign his tie, and now he's the director of the IRS.
Wow.
Yeah, it worked.
Never hurts to get a little FaceTime.
He got an appointment at least.
I don't know if we'll get another iconic moment, though. There was that moment when President Biden was doing his State of the Union, and he walked in, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was wearing a MAGA hat. Did you remember that? That came. That was. Well, there she is right now on the screen.
Speaking
Congresswoman
of
Greene.
the devil.
I would say the Congresswoman, but we can agree to disagree there.
I respect her title and her office.
And that may have been the night, Katie, where the Congresswoman gave President Biden the badge or the pin with Laken Riley's name on it.
I believe it was.
And yeah, say her name.
Correct.
That was something that occurred. The Republicans.
And we're going to see one of Laken Riley's relatives, if I'm not mistaken, tonight as a special guest.
A couple of them.
It'll be interesting to see how the decorum of the Democrats. The Republicans doing these presentations when you have a Democratic president can be fairly rambunctious historically. I know that Hakeem Jeffries sent out a note, as well as Schumer, to the Democratic delegation in both houses to maintain some level of decorum and to protest in their way, but to be respectful of the officers. We'll see. Democrats are out of power, and they're literally reeling and putting together a strategy to not just oppose, but to re-message what's great about being a Democrat and what they stand for. It's going to take a lot more than that. I agree with you. And we've got 2 years to try to get it together to take back over this House. Another 4 years, the White House and the Senate. But we'll see, a lot of work.
And right now on our screen, we do see the First Lady, Melania Trump, making her way into the chamber here. We're going to take a look as the First Lady walks in and see who greets her.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
That's true. I should have done better. I should have done way better.
And right now, making their way into the chamber is the President's Cabinet, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, just on your screen there, shaking hands as he makes his way to his seat. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, Doug Burgum. What are we watching for here, Katie?
Well, what I'm noticing is the noticeable chill in the air from the Democratic side. You know, there's not even oh, it's nice here. I mean, it is complete silence when you walk down that aisle. But it's very interesting to watch. But there's Congressman Tim Burchett not wearing his Carhartt jacket for some reason. He decided to leave that at home tonight. Of course, we have Pete Hegseth. He has actually said he's very much going to welcome DOGE into the Defense Department, which is something, candidly, they need. Because when you think about it, the Department of Defense has failed to pass every single audit since 2018. They need to definitely get their financial house in order, and bringing some outside folks in will do the trick there, I certainly hope.
It'll be interesting to see how much DOGE impacts the military, if you will. And the other part of DOGE that we need to be looking at as we move forward, and what the president's going to say, is the conflict of interest that on DOGE and Elon Musk, and whether he's a special employee or not, or his people are there. You know, the FAA, NASA, and I think the Department of Health and Human Services, Elon Musk companies have billions of dollars of contracts, and whether he's the lead or his people are in there getting access to this information, including competitive information from those who compete against him, right? Who's watching this ethics issue and this conflict of interest issue? You can't be in the government, you can't run the government, and be a government contractor at the same time. Look for the courts. At some point in time, that lawsuit is coming because the IGs aren't there in these agencies anymore, or friendly IGs are being reappointed, and that conflict is not going away. How do the Republicans reconcile that? We'll see.
And I think what we're going to.
That's a legitimate issue too, because I don't think the Republicans want those conflicts because it's hard to defend.
Well, I think what we're going to see in the Defense Department is an enormous cut of what Katie was talking about. Republicans and Democrats alike have left defense spending alone. Democrats come in and cut defense spending. Republicans used to come in and cut entitlement spending. But what we're looking at is the phenomenon we saw with USAID, where only 4%, 5% of the spending is going to the actual intended recipient of the spending. The dirty secret, not a little one, the dirty big secret of defense spending is very little of it goes to actually fighting wars. It goes to weapons systems and consultants. And I think this is
US
another.
companies.
Yes, U.S. companies.
Those, right.
Yes, I think is another Gordian knot moment where we're going to look at it and say, do we really need to spend this much money on a hammer or even that much money on a weapons system when what we really need, you know, we're being beaten by goat herds with fertilizer, or we're being beaten by people with off-the-shelf drones and a little bit of high explosives. We need to look at this in a new way. And another issue that we've all forgotten about, I saw Riley Gaines there. That is going to be a huge issue tonight. The idea of men in women's sports, men in women's bathrooms, men in women's locker rooms, men in women's spaces.
Yes.
That is an issue that has 90%, there's a 90% almost total consensus among the American people. And the Democrats voted as a bloc to, that's the hill that they're going to die on?
What? They voted as a bloc what?
Well, the bill came forward in the United States Senate to remove Title IX, extending that to gender identity. But if this issue has come right to the forefront yet again because of something that happened in the state of Maine, state close to my heart, it's where my grandparents are from. There was a young athlete who competed as a male last year, and he tied for 5th. Competed this year as a female, using the name of Katie, might I add. and won the statewide championship. This was brought to the attention by my very good friend, State Representative Laurel Libby. She put it out on social media, pointing out the obvious problems, and this is punishing our young girls. And what happened? President Trump saw it. He got that interaction with Governor Mills that you saw, where she told him she would see him in court. She wasn't going to back down from allowing this to happen in her state. And then the State House of Maine censured Representative Libby last week. She is no longer allowed to vote.
Or speak.
Or speak in the State House. And this is an issue, but let me just go back real quick. It's tied up in Maine. You talk about those districts?
Yes.
The Maine second? Thank you very much, Governor Mills. We're going to flip the Maine second on that. And not only can we do that, we can flip the Maine State House. It only had a 60 votes, period, across 3 key swing districts. Is a controlled balance of power in the Maine State House. And the Maine legislature chooses the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. So thank you very much, Governor Mills.
Well, we'll
flip
see you
the
in
state.
court.
But Scott,
I'll see you in the ballot box and I'll beat you there.
Well, to Katie's point,
the most important
this
piece.
issue of men in women's sports, it does seem to be something that is appealing to Democrats in terms of not being for it. It's going to go beyond, and obviously we saw that in this election. But yet it appears as though some leaders are still doubling down. Is this a miscalculation?
It's not a miscalculation. There's a legal aspect of this, and there's a political aspect of this. I do think most Americans, based on polling, have said this is a troubling issue because I've got 3 daughters and a granddaughter. There are a lot of Democrats who support a moderate approach to this thing. But the law, Title IX, protects. And all the governor of Maine was doing was implementing the law and following the law. And until the courts say Title IX will not protect this protected class, each state will have to determine what they're going to do or not do, because these executive orders, they only go to whether they're going to get federal funding or not. It is not the law. The laws that protect persons of a protected class are still in place. 1983 and all the other protections of civil rights and human rights in this country are still the law of the land. And so all these executive orders do is say is the government isn't going to fund you if you don't follow this executive order. It's not a really powerful piece, not at all. Wait for the courts to weigh in, and they will weigh in given who's in charge of the White House right now.
Do you know how the whole transgender issue started?
Remember, I said there's a legal part to this and a political part.
Let's talk about the legal part. Let's talk about Title IX. Title IX was passed by Congress. Congress never once said that Title IX referred to gender identity. You know who did? An Assistant Secretary of Education in the Obama administration wrote what they call a Dear Colleague letter to schools and colleges and universities around the country and said, Dear colleague, principal, school board member, from this day forward, we consider Title IX's sex protections, sex discrimination protections to apply to gender identity. It wasn't even an executive order. It was not. It is not the law.
I understand.
It is not the law. It is an executive agency. Somebody, when I was the acting assistant secretary of energy, I could sign my name to a document, and it made it the executive. That's all that happened, and that changed America for 15 years, 10 years.
So let me say
it's not.
this.
That's all there is to it.
Title IX
it is not the law.
Okay, it is the law because the courts have upheld that interpretation of Title IX, and Title IX is written in such a broad manner that interpretation by the executive agency has been not only upheld, but the law itself is broad enough to include that interpretation. Until the courts, Article III courts, the federal court or the Supreme Court, actually strikes that down, that protection remains in place. You may not like it, but it's the law.
But you're giving one Article III judge who, in some cases, was just named 3 weeks before the president was inaugurated.
Not a fair criticism.
Power
they were just appointed
over the entire nation.
Well, until the U.S. Supreme Court strikes it down, that's the law.
All right, well,
the states have to follow it.
We've been having the legal debate
And
for a long time.
We'll pause just for a moment here as the President of the United States makes his way into the chamber, the House chamber.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there, they're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them. Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and Everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. That didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you. Get this place going, all right? Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. See you soon. Teaching young people to love America. Well, I'm trying to. Great guy. Thank you.
That's your favorite.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard. Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget.
So good. Yeah, it's good. So good, sir.
Thank you.
Terrific, Mr. Really good. Really outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President. Thanks. We got you. Great.
Mr. President, one of your best speeches.
Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you very much. I'll do it. Just give me the information.
I'm not going to give you. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody.
Great speech. Great speech.
Thank you.
Best speech ever.
Yes. Good.
Congratulations. Good job.
Can you sign President Roger Williams, thanks for the call.
I love Roger Williams.
Thank you.
You don't have to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
My great baseball player.
America
Good
is-
job. Great job you're doing.
America is back. Thank you so much,
Welcome you
Mr.
back in
President.
Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for.
Thank you all.
They
stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
That was fantastic, sir. That was amazing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quick selfie. Mr. President.
Good job, Mr. President. Great job. Thank you so much. Great speech, sir. Great speech. Yes, sir.
President back in Pennsylvania. Oh, they're just back there. I want to stand in absolutely.
Oh, good. How you doing? All right?
Did you get a chance to shake his hand earlier? Do you want me to get a picture of you shaking his hand or anything? You're good.
Thank you very much.
Let's do biofilm.
Thank you, darling.
Great job, thank you. I love you. Best speech on the floor ever. Yeah, it was so good.
Thank you
So
very
good.
much.
Hey, you rocked it, Mr. President. We're with you, 100%. Crushed.
Thank you.
Really good.
Congratulations.
President.
Best speech ever.
Thank you.
It was. What's the best speech?
Mr. President, that was a great speech.
That was awesome.
That was wonderful.
It was wonderful.
Thank you.
Great job. Let's go. Get down to that. You get down. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's so great.
Thank you, everybody. Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
True.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Great speech.
Great speech. Thanks for taking my call.
Good luck. My man.
Thank you for standing
You
strong.
really triggered those people.
Tremendous, Mr. President. Thank you.
Somebody did.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the beneficial ownership and this week. That was a good call.
Thanks for mentioning farmers.
Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. You earned this night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Worked hard. Thank you, man.
Proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great again, brother. Thank you. Good for being here.
I did indeed. You better believe it.
Very well
I did a good
done, sir.
endorsement.
President, home run.
Thank you very much.
job. You killed it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody.
You did great.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, cheese. Thank you. Love you, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this beautiful
Oh,
New congressman from Eastern Washington. We've never met.
Oh,
Michael
that's
Baumgartner.
good.
I was one of Mike Leach's best friends.
Oh, that's
He thinks
good.
very highly of
Mike
you.
was tremendous.
Tremendous.
He was a great guy.
Great
What a
speech.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jr., you did a great job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Home run, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
home run.
Home run. Home run.
That was a good one.
Mr.
President, good to see you, sir. Appreciate it. Good job. Good job. Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at him.
I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings.
You let me know.
I will. Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Gus, crazy.
These old guys color their hair.
We might be.
And there you have the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, addressing Congress for the first time as the 47th President, making his way out of the House chamber there, speaking to members of Congress on the way out. Many thanks from the folks there on the Republican side. We're coming back in studio right now with our panel. Katie Frost, A. Scott Bolden, Bart Marcois. Scott, I'm going to start with you.
I asked you not to start with me. You know, this was a red meat speech to MAGA. And, you know, what was interesting, everything he talked about, he's such a great marketer. We've heard all of that before. Panama, Greenland, what he's done on the executive order, DOGE. All of these high points for the Republicans, we heard about it leading up to this speech, and then he touched on it, right? And so the whole marketing piece, the political rhetoric, that's a machine, and he's excellent at that. Now, the political reality is there were a lot of Democrats holding up false, 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 and I was making mental notes of that. But I think what made this speech slightly different and really better for the country with the human interest stories and the individuals, the young kid who was recovering from brain cancer, the young kid who couldn't get into West Point, the photo ops, as well as the rhetoric of the parents and the family members of those who were killed by, who were murdered, the firemen and Butler, and his legislative pieces to protect them. There was really a humanistic side to this thing that you don't usually get from Donald Trump, and he's figured that part out because that's really what makes America great. It makes all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republicans, you know, we know those individuals. We have neighbors, we have friends who've been through challenges and life-changing pieces, and so those are my takeaways.
And we are standing by for the Democratic response, which is just moments away. So we'll be bringing that to the audience when it does come. Bart, what were some of your takeaways?
Well, you called it a machine. I call it art. It was poetry. It was song. It was a Stephen Sondheim ballad. It flowed and it rippled like a Sondheim composition. He went seamlessly from one element to the next, to the next, to the next without repeating himself. It touched on every single issue that he campaigned on, and it touched on these, I don't know how many things that he's accomplished, hundreds of accomplishments in less than 6 weeks. There were more accomplishments listed here than you would have in the average State of the Union speech from any other president in history. The what do you call it? The illustrative examples that you were talking about, the people in the gallery, so touching. So, I mean, they brought us to tears here in the studio, and this was not red meat for MAGA. It was a shout out to all of America, to the forgotten people of America and people all across the country. This is an 80% speech. This is to the 80% of America who say, yeah, I want that. One of the things it wasn't one of the huge highlights, but he talked about law and order in our cities and our towns. That's bread and butter, that's dinner table stuff. That's what people really care about. They want to feel safe at home. And this speech covered all of that. People feel safe at home.
Katie, what stood out to you?
So I'll just summarize it this way. That was a speech that if you blend MAGA and Frank Capra, that is what you get.
That's right.
It was Yes, there was the red meat and the things that the base are used to hearing at the rallies, but it was done in such a way that there weren't chants and there wasn't a lot of interacting. He's used to feeding off the crowd's energy at the rallies. The same red meat, but tailored in a way that every single person watching at home felt a connection to it, because he brought in the human interest story for every single issue. And listen, the White House team, kudos to whoever was on the political affairs team that found those different people to have them in the gallery, because they knew that the Democrats were going to just completely stonewall anything. So now we have images of the widow of a law enforcement officer and Democrats sitting still.
Right now, we are going to toss to the Democratic response.
Opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working-class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? no oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later, no CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
And that was Senator Elissa Slotkin with the Democratic response to President Trump's address just moments ago. Joining us now live is Representative Herb Conway from New Jersey. Congressman, thank you for joining us this evening.
Glad to be with you.
If you could, talk to us about this evening. There were some Democratic representatives who caused a bit of commotion in the beginning of the address. What is your response thus far? What do you make of tonight's speech and what took place in the beginning?
Well, it's hard to know where to start because we heard so many whoppers tonight, but I should say that I want to just address the principal concern that the American people have, and that's the state of the economy, and particularly the state of their own personal economy, what's going on in their household, and how they feel about how things are going. We heard about the dawn of a golden age of economic growth in our nation, and what have we seen instead? Inflation is up by 0.5%. The cost of eggs and coffee are sky high. The stock market has tanked. And we hear that we're going to impose tariffs really straight across the world. And anyone who has even a cursory understanding of history knows that tariffs do nothing but drive down economies, just as it did during the Great Depression back in the 30s. And so these tariffs are nothing but a tax on the American people. American people pay the cost of these tariffs, and it will, of course, put additional strain on families. And so I heard nothing that would alleviate the principal concern of many Americans. How am I going to pay for food, put food on the table? How am I going to keep a roof over my head? How am I going to get my kids educated? How am I going to have an economy that works for me? Right now, all that we're seeing is about driving money from the middle class to the wealthy billionaire class in our country.
Congressman, where do you think that we might be able to find some common ground as a country? You did see some Democrats clapping at moments during the address, particularly when Trump was talking about cracking down on drug cartels. And, how do you assess his actions thus far at the border?
Well, certainly people are very concerned about the border. We saw that in the election. And that strong actions taken on the border to ensure the safety of our country is understandable. But people who think a little further understand that we are a nation of immigrants, and people coming from other countries have enriched our country. So go after the cartels, certainly. But I hope that we'll also take steps to ensure that people who struggle with addiction will get the care they need. If we shut off the demand, we'll shut off the flow of illegal drugs into our country.
New Jersey Congressman Herb Conway, really appreciate your perspective. Thank you. And right now, standing by for us is NTD's Iris Tao, our White House correspondent on Capitol Hill. Iris, tell us about the speech. What stood out to you, and is it what you had anticipated?
So President Trump's tonight's speech was definitely a noteworthy when it comes to several announcements that he has made, and also just the pure length of it. He actually broke the record for the longest speech given by a president to a joint session of Congress. He spoke for an hour and 39 minutes, breaking Bill Clinton's record back in 2000. And meanwhile, in tonight's speech, of course, he laid out his accomplishments both at home and abroad throughout his past 6 weeks in office, and also re-emphasized the theme of America is back, adding that he believes he was saved by God to make America great again. But now going back first to all his announcements. A big deal that he announced tonight is that he just got a letter from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling him that Ukraine is now ready to immediately sign the rare earth minerals deal with him, which they were supposed to sign last week. But of course, during that contentious meeting, everything fell apart. And the Ukrainian president also added in his letter that, quote, according to Trump, that Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. So it's an acknowledgement that the rare earth mineral deal is a step closer to a larger potential peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And Trump said he's also taking serious talks with Russia, adding that there are, quote, strong signals that Russia is going to be ready for peace as well. Trump says he wants to stop this madness and then it's time to stop the killing. So that is a major step forward if we potentially see President Trump maybe inviting Zelensky back to the White House to actually sign this deal in person, or it could just happen as things are moving fast. And he also announced several other things when it comes to the U.S. itself. And actually one common theme to his steps forward are actually to counter the Chinese Communist Party, although he didn't explicitly point that out in some of his announcements. For example, one announcement he made tonight was to next week actually take action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earth here in the USA. We know that that's in line with several of his new actions just throughout the past few weeks. For example, by ramping up tariffs on critical minerals like steel, aluminum, as well as copper. And his advisor made clear to us that that is not only to counter the unfair trade practices by countries like China, where they're overproducing and trying to take over the whole markets, but also is to counter national security threats by potentially China dominating such markets in which, of course, these minerals are needed for defense weapon systems, and the U.S. might run the risk of actually running short of them. So that's one step to boost national security and also counter threats from China. Another announcement he made today is that he's going to create a new office of shipbuilding in the White House and also to offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where he says it belongs, and that he says is to boost our defense and industrial base. While he did not explicitly mention it, but we know that China is actually the largest shipbuilder and the world has the dominance in that industry. And a lot of lawmakers have actually raised concerns about it, saying that, for example, when in an occasion where an overseas war is fought, the U.S. would need a large number of fleets as well as ships, but the U.S. shipbuilding industry has been in decline. So by ramping up shipbuilding actually is also to increase U.S. defense preparedness and to counter China's dominance in that maritime industry. And another announcement he made, or another renewed vow that he made tonight, was to reclaim the Panama Canal, adding that we are already started doing it. For the longest time, we have heard President Trump saying that the Panama Canal, a critical waterway here for businesses, and of course for national security as well, has fallen into the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. So today he also made that a renewed vow to push for that regaining control and by the U.S. to make sure that this critical sector is part of under U.S. control. Back to you, Steve.
Certainly a lot to unpack there. Thank you, Iris. And we will be unpacking much of what Iris just told us about. We'll also be diving into the president's decisions on the world stage and the strategic actions he's taking in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. A few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
Say goodbye to harsh, bitter coffee and hello to a delicious, smooth brew. With specialty quality beans, expertly roasted in-house, you'll taste the difference with every sip. Fermented with a blend of 50 enzymes, Days Coffee delivers a rich brew like no other. Made with the highest grade specialty beans available, you're sure to taste the difference. Elevate your morning with Days Enzyme Fermented Coffee.
Got a new house.
A place that I call home.
And there is a live look at the Capitol where President Trump just wrapped up his speech in front of a joint session of Congress. And we're back in studio with Katie Frost, A. Scott Bolden. And joining us now is Cooper Smith. It's great to have everybody with us. Cooper, let's get your perspective. Hot takes.
Hot takes. I don't know about the panel. I thought that was his best State of the Union of the 5 that he's had. It was warm. It was focused. I kind of saw it in 2 parts. I saw half policy, taking a victory lap on his successful America First policy agenda. And then the second half, humanizing his policies and kind of celebrating the American people. So I thought it was an incredible speech. Very happy with the president today.
He kind of interspersed the human interest stories too.
Yeah.
In the second half of his speech, which was really good. And you don't see a lot of that from Donald Trump. And so maybe he's learned. I could take exception with a lot of the facts behind the what his accomplishments were. You saw the Democrats hold up, false and so forth and so on. We'll have to leave that for the independent analysis. It was interesting that the Democrats' response did not take America through what they believe to be falsehoods, if you will. That'll run its course. The real thing to watch over the next 6 months, though, Donald Trump is making a big gamble on DOGE and Ukraine and the agencies, getting rid of these agencies and saving money. He's got a big tax bill coming up. And it's a big gamble because it's got to work. If it doesn't work, the American people, even his own constituencies, will feel it. And if it does work, it's going to be a longer time before the Democrats get back into power. But if it doesn't work and Americans feel it, then the Democrats have got to narrate that pain, but have a solution for what the alternative is. Because you can slash and burn, but it's got to work. And so far, with the markets down and with the courts intervening, I'd say he's got less than a 50-50 chance of getting it done, even though we all want fraud, waste, and abuse not to be in our government.
Well, I'll say I'd be cautious to write the political eulogy of Donald Trump just yet and his second term.
That was not a eulogy.
No, but people they're like, no, he's not going to do it. He's not going to. And look what happened. So listen, we said I worked for Senator Ted Cruz when he ran for president in 2016. I learned the hard way. You don't bet against Donald Trump. All right, that's just that was, I would agree, it was his best speech he's given. And we were talking about earlier, it had the warmth, it had the human interest stories. And he talked about issues that are not just Republican issues, they are 70-30, 80-20 American issues. We want safer streets. We don't believe biological males should be playing against girls' sports. And when he brings in the human interest element of having the young woman there who had that volleyball spiked at her and she suffered a traumatic injury as a result, how can anyone object to something like that? I mean, obviously the Democratic Party decided they were going to sit still on that, and every single Democratic senator voted no on it just this week. So, he really has a gift, the president does, for forcing his opponents to take the least popular position possible, and he did that tonight. He somehow figured out a way to make the Democrats stay in their seats when we were standing and applauding the widow of a slain police officer, young girls who are being hurt in sports, the mother of a slain young girl, and a young boy who's battling brain cancer. He brought all these wonderful stories, and the Democrats stayed in their seats. He put them in such a horrible position.
I don't think he stayed in their seats on each of those issues. I don't think on all of those issues. But the Democrats have issues with some parts of all of those examples you gave. And for example, even we can agree that that the whole transgendered issue for children, we can agree on that. But it's Title IX, as I interpret that law, that needs to be changed. So instead of issuing an executive order saying that men are men, or boys are boys and girls are girls, change how Title IX is implemented, narrow it, if you will. I think you get Democratic support on that. I just really do. But instead, he's got executive orders. And so it's not the Democrats don't want the president to succeed. They just don't like how he's going about it.
He didn't seem to get a lot of Democrat support on anything tonight. I noticed some Democrats were sitting for fallen police officers during the Jocelyn Nungaray family story that the president told. I noticed they were pretty silent. So I feel like the president was correct when at the beginning of the speech he noted, I can't get these people to stand for anything. I've tried 5 times. I want to go back for a second to the Democrat response video. Very interesting. They've had a few months to gather together and think about their loss. 7 swing states, popular vote. Sounded like the same playbook to me. Themes of democracy, comprehensive immigration reform, which of course just means amnesty. I don't know where they're going with this, but it doesn't seem to be an effective playbook for them.
Well, the Democrats fundamentally believe that immigrants, whether they're here legally or not, certainly we don't want criminals in our country, but there ought to be a pathway forward to citizenship, because all of us are immigrants at our core. And so as a result, there's got to be a pathway forward. If you don't give them a pathway forward, then, the idea that everyone coming across the southern border, and we'll never agree on this, are all criminals and drug dealers and murderers and rapists. That's just not fair. It's hyperbole. There may be some. Hold on. There may be some. I don't deny that. You've got anecdotal stories.
Yeah.
Well, you do comprehensive immigration reform. You add money and technology and officers and judges, whether they come across legally or illegally, in order to process them. One of the reports that we haven't talked about is that the head of the of ICE, or the chief implementer of ICE, he was terminated last week because he wasn't making enough progress. He doesn't have the resources to make enough progress. And whatever those numbers are that we've put up, okay, but the numbers were down at the coming across the southern border under Trump. I'm sorry, under Biden.
Well, they are down under Trump too. You're right. Actually.
You're right. Okay, I'll give you that.
Well,
but they were down under Biden because of
it was an election year,
and the executive order that the Republicans pushed Biden to do. And you're right, it made a difference.
It did come a little bit late. We do have a soundbite from the president talking about the cartels.
Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team, the cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. 5 nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer.
Cooper, I want to give you a chance to respond. We do have a lawmaker standing by that we're going to have to get to, but
Sure.
You worked on border policy in the previous Trump administration. How big of a deal is this labeling cartels as foreign terrorist organizations?
Sure. So an FTO designation, the foreign terrorist designation, expands authorities to stop their funding stream. So I think it's critically important. It was something that was talked about in the first administration. It's great to see the president taking action on this. I want to also talk about, if I have the time, the DEA agent who was killed in 1985, Kiki Camarena, whose family has received justice with the president extraditing the members of the cartel who killed him, tortured him for 30 hours. So I thought that was a remarkable win for the president. I'm glad he brought it up tonight.
Well, it also allows U.S. government officials or law enforcement to go after their bank accounts, seize their assets. They're on an international watch list. Interpol will track them and monitor them. And they don't have the same level of due process rights in the U.S. that they would normally have if they weren't designated as a terrorist organization, including extraditing them, or whether you put it in their country or send them to Guantanamo Bay. So it gives law enforcement a broad piece. I'm a former state and federal prosecutor in New York several years ago, and so I'm somewhat familiar with this designation. But it's a good designation, and it makes all the sense in the world. And with Mexico's cooperation, as well as with this designation, that's going to put a dent in it. It's going to take some time, but put a dent in it.
We are going to have to go back to the Capitol right now, where we have Congressman Pat Harrigan from North Carolina standing by. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. It's great to be here.
Congressman, what was the environment like in there tonight? Talk to us about the energy levels there and what stood out to you from the president's address.
It was totally electric. It was one of the greatest speeches that I've ever seen in my entire life, and having the opportunity to actually witness a joint address of Congress after watching it for so many years on television was just incredible. And I thought President Trump absolutely won for America tonight. And I think that the reaction that you saw from the crowd that was in there, one of the most powerful room in the world, said everything that you needed to understand about President Trump's speech tonight.
And Congressman, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, had to remove Representative Al Green for heckling and remaining standing during the speech. Could you make out what he was saying? And also, what is your reaction to some of these protests?
You know, I couldn't make out what he was saying, but this is not the first time that Congressman Green has broken the decorum rules in the House. He's one of the most outspoken folks on the other side, and unfortunately chooses to do that in an improper fashion at the worst time. And so, Speaker Johnson was right to remove him from the chamber this evening so that the president had the respect that he deserved in order to deliver his speech tonight.
Congressman, you're a former Green Beret. The president announced tonight that the head terrorist in charge of the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 Marines has been apprehended. What was your reaction when you heard this?
You know, this is exactly what President Trump said he was going to do. He follows through with his promises, and he is standing there to make sure that every single terrorist or bad actor in the world understands that if they harm one hair on an American's head, he's going to get them. And even if it didn't happen on his watch, he's going to hold them accountable. And that's exactly what President Trump laid bare for the entire world to understand tonight.
And lastly, Congressman, as for Trump's progress so far in this first 6 weeks, a very busy 6 weeks, how do you assess his effort with regard to America's energy independence and measures to counter China's aggression?
Look, I think that there's no question that our energy security is our national security. President, companies that are producing products that heat our homes, heat our water by whatever methodology is best for the American consumer, just deregulating all of that, allowing these guys to go out, drill, baby, drill. He said it again tonight. He'll continue to say that. Congress will continue to support those efforts to make sure that we are not just energy independent, but we are energy dominant. That is a positive American security strategy. It is also a positive economic growth strategy. And I'm so excited to watch what President Trump is going to do next and what we're going to be able to do alongside of him in Congress to give his fantastic policies the permanence of law.
Congressman Pat Harrigan, really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. And back to our in-studio panel with Katie Frost, A. Scott Bolden, and Cooper Smith. Right now, I do want to play a soundbite of the exchange that has been getting a lot of attention between the president, the vice president, and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine. There's a specific soundbite we're going to play for you and get your reaction.
Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under...
What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
Katie, that soundbite right there, it's kind of blown over the media's head, in my opinion, where that was the initial point where things escalated when the vice president was addressed by his first name, lacking decorum. And then from that point, you saw J.D. Vance address him and remind him that, Mr. President, referring to him, that he should be showing respect and emphasizing that. How important is the decorum? And do you think that this was ultimately what led to the escalation of that situation?
Well, I mean, that definitely is the point where you always see these interactions like, okay, that's the point where it kind of went off the rails. But I'd also note that was a 45-minute interaction in the Oval Office. And so that one clip is what everybody's been seeing. And you see a lot of people from the left attacking President Trump, Vice President Vance. Oh, they ambushed President Zelensky. This was at the end of a very long exchange. There were several instances where President Zelensky said things that went against President Trump's position. President Trump repeatedly was very gracious. President Trump was even asked about his attire. He said, I think he looks fantastic. He was very diplomatic. And then, though, for President Zelensky to sit there, not just calling the vice president by his first name, but the body language. Sitting back, arms crossed, furrowed brow. I'm sorry, if I'm coming to someone, all right, President Trump's a businessman. He builds incredible things. If you're coming to him and you want him to give you money to build a new building, do you go in there in your jogging suit and you cross your arms and have an attitude of, well, this is what I want, and you just need to give it to me? President Zelensky was used to being able to show up in Washington, say whatever he wants, and getting whatever he wants. New sheriff in town, different approach now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. not surprisingly, President Zelensky has a war outfit on, a soldier's outfit on, because this country's at war. And the mere fact that he didn't have a tie in and of itself wasn't disrespectful. Secondly, I think both sides, this thing went off the rails because of both sides. President Zelensky has thanked the American people and American leadership over the last several years since Russia invaded this sovereign country, a democratically elected president and his sovereign country. In fact, he thanked them in that Oval Office meeting in those 45 minutes. So the idea of being ungrateful, we still have committed billions of dollars to them already that the president is holding up right now. And this is not about isolationism. It is, listen, our future and our national or international policy and foreign policy is tied directly to Ukraine and the survival and the resolution of this war. Their interest in this war is our interest. Vis-a-vis, this is a democratically elected president of an ally of ours. And the idea of him coming and being disrespectful or saying thank you, which is a falsehood, really makes no sense. It shouldn't have gone off the rail. Perhaps the press conference shouldn't have gone that long, actually. And I think both sides began to litigate the issues that unfolded in public that normally would be reserved for the private piece. So I put blame all around, if you will. But you got to remember, you don't have to, if you're in the United States of America, you don't have to beat your chest with a smaller democratic country. You really don't. And say that Russia or that Ukraine invaded Russia or Ukraine is to blame for Russia invading a sovereign state. I mean, are you going to believe Donald Trump or your lying eyes based on the video and stuff?
Cooper, on the issue of respect and decorum, earlier today, the Prime Minister of Canada addressing the President of the United States by his first name. I'll play a soundbite of that.
I have offered to speak to Donald over the past number of days, and I expect to speak with him in the days to come.
That was one time he said it. He went on to say it again. Is this sort of a trend that we're seeing, a slight jabs here at the President of the United States?
I mean, he is free to call President Trump Donald, and we can call him the Governor of Canada. Look, I think Governor Trudeau is a failed leader. I think his people are revolting against him. I think he's headed for historic defeat, or his party is headed for historic defeat this year. And I just want to circle back to the Ukrainian question, President Zelensky. I'm just happy as a card-carrying member of the America First movement that we're talking about peace. That did not occur under President Biden. Maybe that talk, the Oval Office conversation went a little bit long, and maybe not where the parties expected it to, but I'm happy we're talking towards peace and engaging in it.
And Katie, to Cooper's point, if this were a Democratic president at this point in time, do you think that the Democrats would be looking for peace at this moment as well?
Well, they might say they were, but they certainly wouldn't be taking the necessary steps to get to that point. They have made Russia to be the biggest villain ever, and so any interaction with Russia is seen as some kind of evil thing we can't do. But Russia is a huge party in this. We have to have a conversation with them if we're going to bring them to the table to have a peace discussion. And so that was, I know, it angered a lot of people when Secretary of State Rubio was initiating those conversations, but they have to happen if we're going to bring everyone to the table.
So you disagree that Russia is run by a thug and killer and autocratic leader? Do you believe that Russia is right in invading a sovereign country, a democratic ally of ours? I wouldn't sit down with Putin initially either until Putin comes to the table and gives up or returns the lands that he has taken and the 800,000 lives that have died in this war. Yes, I think peace is important, but how you get to peace through strength is not by siding with Vladimir Putin and saying that he's the victim in his invasion of Ukraine. I think there are really bright lines there, and while I'm glad we're at the peace table, if you will, I don't support Donald Trump siding with Putin or saying that Ukraine invaded Russia. It just didn't happen that way. And we have to support our allies and friends, and Russia is our enemy. And they don't ever stop being that, whether we got to deal with them at the peace table or not.
Well,
no, I was going to say, I find it interesting.
You don't disagree.
No. I agree with most of what you said. Okay. With all due respect, I just find it interesting that the Democratic Party is going back to the Russia. I mean, even Senator Slotkin mentioned it in her brief remarks after the State of the Union. that President Trump's a Russian agent.
Whatever happened to trust but verify?
Yeah.
Trust but verify on who's in, the Republicans or the Democrats, or just generally? I always like to trust but verify in my life.
But it doesn't seem like the Democrats want to give Trump that room with Putin.
Well, he's got that room with Putin as the president of the United States. But I wouldn't, blaming the war on Ukraine in the face of Putin's naked aggression on a sovereign country, that cannot be ignored. They have to be at the table, but I can't meet with them alone, and I can't show and call Zelensky a dictator and then somehow blame this invasion on Zelensky. That doesn't get us anywhere. I mediate and arbitrate legal cases all the time. If I'm a mediator, I bring them both in and we start those discussions. And so I certainly believe America has given up already a great deal to Russia, in the sense that NATO, Ukraine will never be in NATO. They've given that up. The vice president has said that the land has been taken illegally and unlawfully by Russia, may have to stay with Russia. You're conceding points already before you get to the table.
We do right now have to go to our Washington correspondent who's standing by for us right now on Capitol Hill, Luis Martinez. How are lawmakers reacting thus far? What are you hearing from the folks on Capitol Hill right now?
Well, Steve, one of the first things that must be noted is that Democratic lawmakers had heard from their leadership before tonight's speech, and the message was not to become the story. We heard that from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, urging fellow Democratic lawmakers to just let President Trump, quote unquote, stew in his juices and not necessarily interrupt or protest during the speech. We also heard from Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who sent a letter to House Democrats Monday night, but that was a very different story than what we saw, of course, with Congressman Al Green interrupting within minutes of the speech and having to be removed by the sergeant in arms. We also saw over 30 female Democratic lawmakers wearing bright pink in protest of the speech, and of course lawmakers holding out their signs, Democratic lawmakers. Now, on the Republican side, there's, of course, a lot of euphoria. We've heard from lawmakers how they are excited and proud of course, all the accomplishments that Republicans see they've made in the past 43 days. But we also heard during that speech a long list of things that President Trump is asking of Congress. So we already know that President Trump mentioned this Golden Dome to protect America from hypersonic missiles. And of course, that will be money that will be appropriated, or at least the president will ask money to be appropriated for that purpose. We also know that the president asked during his speech for money to be appropriated for border and immigration as well. And yes, he thanked Senator John Thune and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson for their progress on the reconciliation bill. But of course, he's asking for that bill to include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security or overtime, all things that are a tricky formula if they want to also reduce the deficit, cut government spending, and pass President Trump's agenda. So mixed reactions with Republicans, because of course they're very excited what they heard from their president and very excited for the opportunity that they see right now in Washington, D.C. with the trifecta. But of course, a long list, of course, of things that the president has asked of Congress, and they will have to figure out in the coming months how to deliver.
NTD's Luis Martinez, live from Capitol Hill. And I just want to thank our in-studio guests, Katie Frost, A. Scott Bolden, Cooper Smith. Really great discussion. Really appreciate everybody joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. And that is all we have for you tonight on our special live coverage of Trump's joint address to Congress. I'm Steve Lance. Have a great evening. See you back here next time.